have 6. All right. So now we gotta upgrade our rooms to level 3 because that's the only way that it does anything for you. All right. So I can upgrade a room. Okay, I don't know. Let's just upgrade the barracks to a 3. Okay. I don't know. So I don't have any paths that can actually. Well, I guess this. I don't.
Oh, it's you.
I have no idea. Let's just place rooms everywhere. Who knows?
I'll do what I can to sell it
Can
for
I do
you.
anything with this? Let's make this a T3.
What's new?
By the way, guys, no pressure, but if you want this cute little plushie,
Is that a good price for that?
you can still buy
I
it
have no idea.
for another 2 weeks. They don't ship until June because they're custom made. But they're available
Seems like
to
a
buy
good
for
deal.
2 more weeks. You won't get them until next June, if you can believe that, which is absolutely ridiculous, but it is what it is. Yeah, if you exclamation plushie, if you want a little friend for your desk, you can get a custom made little hoodie boy. You
I'm sure
ordered
someone
one?
will want that.
I think they're all gonna arrive like in the middle of June, and everyone's gonna be like surprised because everyone's just gonna forget that they even ordered it, and then poof, it's gonna arrive. We're gonna be like, oh yeah, the little hoodie guy.
Is that a good price for that?
Oh my god, he's already
I have no
dead.
idea.
Dude, I love this build, man. This plant druid has really saved the league for me. This build is so powerful and you just don't do anything. I love it. I love how little effort I'm putting forth and the whole room just dies. It's great. Okay, I can exalt something. Well, my gear sucks, so I don't even think there's a point in exalting my gear. I'll just take the exalted orb.
Come here!
Am I not using a lightning totem?
No warrior. I need more time. Enough! I need more time. Together, help us. Weakling! Feel my wrath! Come here! I'm not ready. Weakling!
Fury of flame!
Weakling!
Go on. Time is of the essence. Who built this place?
What's new? Shipment sent. Have an order? I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Yes? Collect more otherworldly remnants.
Speak.
I've changed my mind.
Speak.
Nothing is set in stone.
Can I help?
another
ready.
thing.
Come here!
Impressive endurance.
Fritzo! Come here!
Impressive endurance. A moment of respite.
will best you!
Impressive endurance.
Leech creature!
The ritual has been disrupted.
Come here!
Impressive endurance. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself. beware of the burst. I knew you would succeed. Let's plan. Use that well. ritual has been disrupted.
Enough! Enough! Soulless one!
relinquish your mortality.
Come here! You were no warrior. Steel yourself! Weakling!
Swift magnificence. Stand tall. I would give anything for a sip. Two ancient guardians await you ahead. Move quickly. It's gaining strength.
Now for you! Being outnumbered did not mean I was outmatched.
That was an impressive display. I shall aid you. This will help. Go with strength. Use that well.
The craftsmanship, it's exceptional.
Come here! No challenge! Gruesome creature!
Swift magnificence. A moment of respite.
chat. I have not been looking at chat. Let's open it up, and we're talking with Rax in a few minutes. Yeah, okay. All right. Let's see, guys. Good evening. Unbuttoned. My shirt is already like unbuttoned, guys. Yep. Burnout can feel rough. Yeah. PoE 2 is not finished. No, it's not. It's not finished, guys. Hey, Brown Eyed Aries. Thanks for the 7 months of subbing, dude. Everybody's pretty chill. My energy drink of choice is no energy drink. I'm not drinking any. I'm having black coffee. Black coffee is all I'm having. Oh my gosh. Rax rating me. What's up, man? You taking a little break before we hop on today? What's up, everybody? Oh, goodness gracious. Welcome in, everybody. We're totally talking about Path of Exile 2 for the past 10 minutes. There was no real life chatter. None of that stuff. No, not at all. Hey, Frosty, what's happening, man? Hope you and your daughter are doing well, dude. Does this mean I'm closing out my channel? No, it just means I'm not going to grind myself to the bone. You're going to just get my raw takes. You're going to get probably a little bit more interspersed streams, but I can't juggle 2 jobs anymore. It's really been that way since November of last year when I said, hey, I'm really going to try to make this.
Oh, my bad. I don't. What level are you? The minimum level. So why ever go to the bedroom? All right. I see. All right, man. Guys, can we get an audio check here? Anybody in my chat? Gazzy, maybe if you wanted to say a few sentences just to double check that you're sounding good.
Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check.
How's he sounding, boys? Is he sounding good? He's sounding good. Gazzy is good, maybe 2 decibels up. He's good. Okay, if anything, I can just adjust like in whatever. All right, man. Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time today. I will do a countdown and do a YouTube intro, and then we'll get started, man. If you're all ready to go.
Sounds good to me. Let's go.
Alrighty. 3, 2, 1. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the Passive Tree Podcast. Podcast dedicated to talking about life, Path of Exile 2, and everything in between. Today on episode 29, I'm joined by a fellow ARP Gazzy. I streams like. Oh, wow. Damn, you were prepared, dude. That's good though. You were prepared. So you said that you miscalculated. So as somebody who's never done a subathon before, maybe you can share sort of like, what did you learn from this subathon that you kind of will bring into maybe the next time you do it?
Of Warcraft and raiding and PvP and stuff like that. So I mean,
ESL League is, or Dota with the like tournaments and shit like that. I'll still watch it and just be like in awe of like the amount of skill coming from a player's perspective. Never
the shaman lately. I'm playing cocaine ants got removed, so we now have cocaine wasps instead. So that's pretty fun. But a couple of builds down the road, I'll probably be playing some plant druid caster. I'm very excited to try that out. So this league will definitely open up some possibilities for me to play some other things that is not minion related for once.
Watering the plants, it's popping off right now for sure. I have an ultimatum question here. Okay, so let's imagine a world. This is going to be a scary world for you, but you're going to have to work with this, okay? So GGG hits you with a ban hammer. They're like, yo, Gazzy, you can't play spellcaster or minions. You're banned from that forever. And you have to keep playing the game. Do you go warrior or slams, like, or any sort of like melee build, or do you go bow ranger? Where do you go? Where do you pivot?
In PoE 1, I would do melee over archer. In PoE 2, I think that the melee playstyle is actually considerably not funny. I think the wolf stuff probably would get me in there because it's more agile, mobile, fast parts. I would rather do that because a slam play style, no, that ain't it. I don't like that. So I would probably have to go. Yeah, I probably would play some wolf melee stuff, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't tried like any shape-shifting stuff at all this league. I haven't tried any of the new stuff. I've just went straight into grenades as a tactician, and it's just been like me being a hipster playing some off-meta shit. But I think like the wolf actually looks really interesting as my second character. I kind of want to try that on a invoker because it just looks like Ice Strike but faster attack speed and more damage. So I'm excited to cook with that down the road for sure. So I wanted to ask you, as a dad gamer, and I know there's a lot of dad gamers out there, how do you find balance between your streaming, content creation, and all of other life's responsibilities? That's cool that you can do that when you need to.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us know the answer to this question, but I wanted to ask you, which game do you prefer right now and why?
I think Path of Exile 1 is significantly better than PoE 2, but there's still a lot of new stuff in PoE 2. So right now, despite the current state of PoE 2, I actually prefer PoE 2. I find myself having more fun with PoE 2 despite the shortcomings.
Interesting.
Yeah, PoE 2, then PoE 1, and then, you know, whatever off game. Like I play Tibia off game, off stream, Warcraft 3 with Pox and Royce, like games like that. And then any other game, the entire history, and any other game that has not been released yet, and then D4.
No way, dude. I did not realize you played Tibia off stream, dude. I haven't thought of that game in so long, but that was one of like the first MMOs that I ever played back in the day was Tibia. And it was so sick. And
really?
Yes, dude. Yes. I'm like one of the rare breed that was like, I played RuneScape, I played Tibia, I played like MapleStory, Guild Wars, and then moved into World of Warcraft. But I love Tibia. I was complete dog shit at it, by the way. Like I was like 12 years old when I played. So I was like, you know,
all of us
getting
were at that age.
Yeah, you're getting like PK'd and all your shit stolen, all constantly losing XP for dying and stuff like that. It was like hardcore. Like it was one of those games that had that old school like MMO hardcore mentality about it, right? And so that's cool to hear that you're still involved in that as well.
But do you remember like the days like Bubble had the highest level in the world and stuff like that?
No, I was never like that. Yeah, that was maybe after my Tibia stint. But the game is uncapped, if
like
I do remember correctly, right? It's like, you know, you can continually level like infinitely, basically, which is also nuts.
Highest level player in the world right now. There's a guy who finally beat there's a guy and a girl. They're married now, who's held the top 2 levels in the world for so many years. They finally got beaten last year by, I think it was a Brazilian dude who beat them, and they're currently competing for rank 1 at level 2,800. Like, what the fuck? Hey, I'm still playing off stream with the community. So when I'm not streaming and I log into Tibia, we have people from our stream community that's actually playing in the guild and everything on a PvE server now. I'm level 627, I think, MS. So we're still playing to this day.
That's cool, man. Yeah, it's a special MMO. There was another one I got to send you on Discord that I found on Steam that looked like it was basically trying to be like a new kind of updated version of Tibia, but it still had kind of the core like soul of the game. And I can't remember for the life of me what it's called. No, it wasn't Raven Dawn. Raven Dawn kind of felt like more of like a copy of Tibia. It was kind of like they basically had the visual assets from Tibia but made a new MMO, and I played that, of course, because I love the nostalgic like graphic style. This one has a new graphic style. I'll send you it later, just because I can't for the life of me think about what it is. That's super cool, man. So back to PoE stuff. So obviously we talked about this at the beginning. You know, the end game reworks didn't happen. I talked about this with Dreamcore, but I wanted to get your take on this. So I'm of the camp, and I think Dreamcore was also in this camp as well, of people that would have rather preferred the end game changes over the league mechanic. I think that, like, you know, for us as people who like to play the game for hundreds of hours, we would have had more impact on our, like, you know, overall game experience by having, you know, search functionality in the Atlas and an updated Atlas passive tree and maybe fleshing out the core gameplay loop a little bit more. What do you feel about the priorities right now between league mechanic versus end game changes? And yeah, what's your take on that?
Ooh. I mean, we all want the end game reworks too. Like, it's such a hard thing to get a take on. I think it's like everything is kind of constantly flowing with new changes. Like we have a patch that's coming in later tonight, and that's just the initial first draft of the Fate of the Vol change. And then end game in general. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, it feels better now than it felt before. I think the juicing improvements have been good. I'm more in the boat of like, I'm just sitting here waiting for them to finalize what they want out of it, and then I can make a verdict on it. So I was gonna make like a league review, for example, for the current league, and then I realized, you know what, I'm just gonna wait for this patch to come in and see how does it feel after this first patch, because I think that the vast majority of the player base haven't even reached that game right now. So I'm more in the category of just sit tight, just wait, see what they do with it, and go from there.
Yeah, that's fair. The way I kind of looked at it was right now, like PoE 2 is very much like an unfinished home. Like it's got like a cool foundation. The campaign's is like kind of the foundation. Very, very cool. But the more up you build on this house, it feels more and more incomplete. And instead of like continuing the foundation of what they need to, make sure that the house is stable, they're adding rooms here, they're adding extensions over here right now, and I understand why. I mean, the league mechanic brings back players, especially because it kind of made the campaign even more fun. Like you go through the campaign, you're going in the temple and all that kind of stuff, and I can see that obviously for new players being something that's very, very enjoyable. But once you get to the end game, it's like, same old, basically, for the most part. Yes, you have this temple you can go into. Yes, it's going to be improved upon, which is great. But yeah, man, you know how it is. Once you get to a certain point in your endless Atlas, it's like, where the hell am I? Where am I going? What am I doing? And so I wanted to ask you, like, what is your perspective on the Infinite Atlas in terms of the end game progression system? And do you think that that is going to be the way that they go about the end game moving forward?
So I'm the kind of person that I don't like running one map over and over again like we do in PoE 1. I never liked it. So most of the times when I play PoE 1, I prefer to do boss farms, and I prefer to do anything else that doesn't put me in the boat of, hey, I'm going to do 200 defiled cathedrals today, and then tomorrow I'm going to do another 200 defiled cathedrals. Oh, I have a longer stream. Let's do 400 today. Like that to me is kind of like meh. So the Infinite Atlas to me, where I'm forced into new maps. Now PoE 2 has another issue where every map is the size of an entire continent. That's another problem, but I do like having a change of scenery where every map I do is another map. It's not the same thing all the time, over and over and over again. So I do like that aspect personally. I know some people would prefer it the other way, but I don't know. I don't think that PoE 2 is ready to rework the Infinite Atlas. I think that they're going to keep optimizing and fine-tuning the structure that they have. I like the idea of it. I think the exploration could be improved and whatnot, but I actually do like it.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Me too, honestly. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. I definitely think it could be improved. I think one of the things that I've been talking about in terms of hopefully when they do rework the end game is how you get your Atlas points. And so I'm not a huge fan of like the corrupted Nexus zones and like the cleansed areas. And it's funny, I actually went back and played PoE 1 on 3.27, which is like my first real league using like a build guide and stuff like that. I played it blind in 3.26, but I didn't get very far. And I actually fell in love with the way that you progress in PoE 1. And I was like, man, like, I didn't really learn about this in 3.26, but the way that you get your Atlas points in PoE 1 would work so well in PoE 2 because it actually incentivizes you to like explore the Atlas, get those maps, and like, some of the maps are obviously not optimal. Like, you see an augury or something like that, you're like, shit, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to skip it. But if it was the way that it progressed in PoE 1, you'd be like, all right, I got to get the point. Let's hop in there, boys. Let's get that point. And then we never have to do augury again. And that way you're kind of moving around, trying to find maps and shit. What do you think are some things that they could like improve on that would make the progression feel like better for the end game?
I mean, I just think it's the size of the maps. I also think a lot of the complaints about the grind of the Fate of the Vol is, hey, you have to do 6 maps before you can engage with it. That's on face value is not that bad. But when you take into consideration that every map is the size of a continent, then those 6 maps is probably a long time for most casual players. I'm currently playing a Cocaine Wasp build, so the clear speed's pretty goddamn decent. And I feel like it's taking a long time. So I can only imagine people are playing slower builds that would feel like they would have to spend a very long time before they can engage with the league mechanic. So I think like stuff like that would be the improvements. But at the same time, GGG has talked about how, oh, the map can feel empty. It has more to do with there not being enough to do with the map. So they're talking about the idea of filling the void of the map to make them more interesting, which can definitely work. But no, I just still think the maps are just way too big. There's too many dead ends. I'm not asking for the good old George map to come back. You know, just a straight line you're running down, completely brain dead. I'm not asking for that. I just don't want to have a map that's going to take me a ridiculous amount of time and, you know, kill a boss. And I was like, oh shit, now I can see the rares, and the rares are where the majority of the loot is. And then like, not enough checkpoints, I guess. I don't know. I have to run back 2 minutes, walk back to just get to one rare. No, I don't know. That part is the main criticism I have on the current state of endgame mapping, at least.
That's totally fair. Yeah, at least they gave us like the visibility turned on once you get like the boss down and the checkpoints, and you can actually see like the content that you're missing. Like I feel like that was kind of a good decision. That is a good decision. As sort of like a let's meet in the middle, guys. Like we gave you rare monster icons, we took them away. Now you can have them and everything else as soon as you discover the map. I always thought that like the checkpoints felt like a band-aid fix for like the layout issues like you're talking about, but it seems like they've kind of just stuck with it for the most part. So it'll be interesting to see sort of how the maps themselves like kind of flesh out, because it seems like from my understanding that like they're pretty set on some of these maps.
Seemingly, you know, I don't know. Yeah, the augury suggestion, they mentioned earlier as well. Like it's stuff like that. I mean, the build I'm playing right now, it doesn't really care because the wasps actually fly over obstacles and they fly underground or over bridges, under bridges. They don't care. So that makes that a lot more manageable. But most builds don't have that possibility. It's like,
Definitely. There's a lot of junk in maps too. Like there's a lot of just like, I talk about this all the time. It's like one of my biggest issues is like for certain builds, like your projectiles will get blocked by like a rock or like a tree or something like that. And some shit will fly over that stuff. And it just feels like they have like the slider turned up on like clutter in the maps by like maybe 25% too much. Like there's too many like random pockets of water or like rocks or wheelbarrows and shit like that. And it doesn't really add anything, especially when, you know, you're playing minions, right? It's hard to see the ground sometimes. You've got the fucking swarm with you. Like you're like running into shit constantly. And so, yeah, I hope that can also get improved in 0.5, because some of these layouts would feel so much better if they just removed some of the, like the random clutter that like filled them up. You know what I'm saying?
But at the same time, you got to keep in mind that the ARPG veterans, we don't look at the gameplay. We look at a mini-map overlay, and that's what we're staring at. And that's the gameplay most of us have. But PoE2 is also catering to new player acquisition, new player onboarding, which is bringing in a whole bunch of people that actually don't play like that. They have their mini-map at the top right corner, and they're actually looking at the game, which looks beautiful.
Yeah.
But most of us RPG veterans, we don't give a fuck.
Dude, I know what you mean. Even though I have the mini map open every single map, I still am like running into like rocks and shit like that. It's maybe it's a skill issue on my part, but I stand by. Too much clutter. Turn it down a little bit, GGD, please. Just a titch. I wanted to ask you sort of a kind of a big question here. So with regards to sort of PoE1 and PoE2 being developed at the same time, we've had obviously 3.27 come out. I think the general perspective on 3.27 was it was a cool league, but it kind of fell off really quickly for a lot of people. And now with the general perspective on the fate of the Val with 0.4, there's been a lot of sort of upset and disappointment that I've seen throughout the course of YouTube and Twitter and all that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to ask you, do you think that the content cadence of every 2 months basically for the game is too ambitious for GGG to achieve like optimal, like good leagues and progression in the game, in both games simultaneously?
I don't think so, no. I think that it's that they have to get into this balanced rhythm, because one of the main things that's happened is that they're locking in release dates based on schedules rather than content. And I think that what just needs to happen is them getting used to this flow and hire more people, which Jonathan has said that they're looking into doing, building teams to have a larger team to work with. So I think that when that happens, we'll have more content in both games on the same schedule. But I think that one of the big things is the scheduling, which I also believe is important for them to make sure that PoE2 or PoE1 doesn't die. That they are making sure that that actually gets consistent flow of content. And if that ends up having less content, like we didn't get the endgame changes for this one, maybe that would have happened if they had made some delay and whatnot. That's very possible. But you know, again, I don't know what's happening in the background either. But it's just my personal opinion on the take, at least on the topic.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like for me personally, I wouldn't mind if it was like every 3 months and they gave themselves an extra month each to like kind of finalize things, or, you know, I don't know how you feel, but when you're bouncing between two games, and I'm finally starting to experience this and I'm really enjoying it. Like I'm really enjoying being able to say that I like to play PoE1 now, and I'm excited to go back to play it whenever 3.28 comes out and stuff like that. But it does feel like, you know, 2 months for us is enough time, but it is like a small amount of time, you know what I mean, between each project. And so I don't know, it just feels like, you know, they could cut themselves some slack and maybe cut, like, you know, a month off of each, and I don't know, maybe people would be fine with that. That's kind of my thoughts about it.
I think that veteran players prefer it this way. I think that the casual players might end up in the situation you're talking about, but I also think that the most casual players, they don't play PoE1. I really don't think so. I think they play PoE2 and they have 4 months in that. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, talking from my personal experience, like, and I I fully believe that this to be the case. I really do think that PoE2 is the tutorial for PoE1. You know, I started off as a PoE2 player and then went back into PoE1 and checked it out. And I think that's obviously like a thing that they're pretty successful with. I don't know how much retention a PoE2 player has in PoE1. Maybe they try it and maybe they stick with it, or maybe they don't. But the fact that they're getting people into PoE1 from PoE2 is I think has been pretty good. Like, you know, from my perspective, 3.27 was a pretty fun league because the Genesis tree like helped simplify things for me as a PoE2 player. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. It's cool that there's crossover, especially for me, because now I can actually say PoE1's like a really fun game and I enjoy it. But yeah, we'll wait and see. This is actually a perfect segue into my next question. So Off Meadow Michael asked this question for me on my podcast one of the episodes ago, and he asked me, Blaze, do you ever think that PoE1 is ever going to get into a maintenance mode? And I said, yo, what do you mean by maintenance mode? And he said, that means that like there basically are going to be very few updates and patches and focus specifically more on PoE2. What are your thoughts on that? Do you ever think that the game is going to get to that state?
I don't think so. I think the games are different enough and caters to different audiences, and PoE1 is still generating hundreds of thousands of people playing on the league launch, and they're, without a doubt, it's still a very profitable game. So I don't see why they would. I mean, the game would have to end up in a position where it's barely profitable, and even if it is barely profitable, it's still profitable. So I mean, no, I don't think that'll happen anytime soon. And as long as it's making money, I definitely don't think that'll happen. It would be a different conversation if we saw PoE1 release having 50,000 players as a peak on the league launch, and you know PoE2 hitting 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 people. Then you know, then it's a different conversation. But that's not where we're at. PoE1 had not that far off PoE2 on peak player base, and that's with a free-to-play weekend. It's like, no, I don't think we're even remotely close to that stage. So I don't think that conversation even needs to be, you know, happening. I think a lot of people might be dooming over it because some people prefer one game over the other. Maintenance mode, I don't see that happening. The idea Chris Wilson had was to have the game be playable forever. And that might not be the case. We'll see how that goes. But I definitely see a flow of both games for the next 5 to 10 years at the very least. I don't think that PoE2 launch is going to harm the PoE1 player base. And that, not to that extent at least.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that was kind of my sentiment as well, is like, we're such a long way off from PoE 2 rivaling like the amount of content and the amount of stuff that you can do in PoE 1. But hypothetically speaking, it's probably going to get there at some point. I don't know how many years it's going to be, like 5 years down the road. There's going to be a bunch of leagues, all the classes are out, and it's kind of going to be like now there are 2 games that are basically rivaling each other, and it is a very unique situation for GGG that they find themselves in, where they now have like 2 of the best ARPGs out there, basically, that both people can play, that are competing against themselves. Like, I don't really know any other company that has that. And kind of my point that I said in the conversation with Ahmed and Michael was, look at Diablo 3. People still are playing Diablo 3 like
completely. Yeah, not gonna lose me completely, but I'm just gonna chill out with the contents. Take it a lot more chill. I think I like to not be aware of when you were a kid.
Right.
You know, people arguing over, oh my gosh, they opened the pies and the pies are supposed to be saved until 7 o'clock. And oh god, dude, Thanksgiving is crazy, man. Like, and people get really heated over this stuff, you know. So I get mad at people for getting, you know, crazy heated about video games, and then I have like 60-year-olds fighting over the pumpkin pies, and it's like, oh, okay, I see how this could happen. I see. So.
I have all the flaws in the world, but that's one thing I would like to think I steer clear of. I don't sweat the small stuff like that. If we open the pies early, it's pie time. Like, who cares?
Fine. Right. It's fine. You get pissed at your brother who uses 75% of the Cool Whip on his piece of pumpkin pie. That's who you get. That's the big stuff. Like, opening the pies early.
Way more important.
Seriously, leaving no whipped cream for anybody else. Let me get my show notes up here. I just realized I didn't have them up. Here they are. We are good now. All right, I'll hide chat. Goodbye, chat. All right. So I'll count us in. I'll count us in for the YouTube video. And yeah, we'll just get going, man. Last time, you know, the most enjoyable part for at least me, and I think a lot of people, was just chatting about real stuff, about food. So, you know, we can do both. You're up.
Those are the important topics.
100%. And I appreciate always you just popping in here. I really appreciate it, man. So, thank you.
I appreciate the invite. I'm the honored guest here. I appreciate you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, man. All right. I'll lead us out. I'll do the countdown. All right. 3. Man, is my shirt down too? Yeah, little zip, so I get less comments on my skin showing.
I was gonna say we go the other way. I say we need to reveal a little more.
Man.
Honest.
I can't. If I go any more, the hair will start to pop out, and then I'll get
that would
like
be my vote.
That'll be like 70% of the comments. It'll be like, oh my god, tries hair, chest hair. Jesus, man. I used to. Fun fact again. Very open. Okay, I'll be quiet. So my wife and I, before we had kids, we used to take showers together. Very nice, right? Not even just shower, you know, like we just take showers together. It was very nice.
Yeah.
And she would shave my chest hair and my like hair on my nipples, right? Haven't done that since my first 3.5 years. Dude, it's a forest now. Like, it is. She pointed it out the other day. She's like, holy crap. Try, what happened? There's like so much hair on your nips, because, you know, until I was what, 20, 25, they were clean. It was very clean. So
you became the monkey from PoE that's killing everybody. That grinding your game's just nerfed.
I gotta ask you about the monkey. Holy crap, man! That's crazy that they actually again too. That's multiple nerfs for the monkey, I think. So, all right, I'm seeing TMI. But you know, guys, this is what you signed up for. Okay, you don't have to stay on the interview. I see message from Raider, message from Editor. They're like, whoa! I thought this was about PoE too. Holy crap! Okay. All right, I'll do the actual lead in. We'll talk about Path of Exile to you guys, okay? All right. Maybe a little lower. All right. 3, 2, 1. Hey, Exiles, welcome to another episode of the Still Sane podcast. I am your host, Talking to Try, and I am honored to be joined by Rax to talk all things Path of Exile 2, 0.4, Fate of the Val, The Last of the Druids. We are about 6 days into the release. It has been a bit polarizing, especially for myself. Usually very positive about PoE 2. I've had a little bit of a downer time with the patch, been pretty open about that. And we have Rax here who, according to my comments, is very positive about the patch. So Rax, I would love to chat with you all about this update, starting with just your, initial thoughts, man, and your initial progress. How's it been going for you?
Well, honestly, it was pretty rough in the beginning. We joked about the meme about me being Mr. 17 damage on the druid. I saw at least 50, 100 comments over the weekend of people saying that they're going to have to downgrade me to Mr. 16 damage as I feverishly sifted through all the different druid builds, bear, wolf. I didn't really touch wyvern, and I didn't touch plant because plant for me initially wasn't really like the fantasy of shape-shifting, right? It's like, did we really come all this way just to be a human druid and just be another spellcaster? Got through the campaign fine, but I experienced a lot of the frustrations that, the community has been experiencing, the same as everybody else. The thing that has really turned the league around for me is actually finally playing Plant Druid. Like, I don't know if you've tried it or if you've seen it, but it is absurdly powerful and extremely fun. So that was going to be one of my suggestions for you. People are calling me like Mr. Rogers now, and you're the Doomer. Apparently, is the new narrative on the street. But I think things might change for you if you try Plant Druid. That swapped everything around for me anyway.
That has been the praise that I've been hearing. Plant Druid is one of the smoothest builds of the patch. It's the unexpected winner. I don't know. I might give it a go because, at least for me, the problem with the patch started right when I hit endgame. I was having a blast in the actual campaign and the interludes, streamed it all. I played through in private too with my wife through Act 1. I did Bear. I started with Bear. I think you started with Bear too, right? You got it all the way to the, I saw your guide put out. My dad was following your guide. Big fan, by the way. And I loved it until endgame. And I don't think it was the druid. It's just something happened to me at endgame where I hit a hurdle that I've seen hundreds, maybe thousands of commenters talk about in the history of PoE 2, where I wasn't getting any good drops. I was gated by support gems. I just was not lucky at all, and all my solutions were like, okay, yeah, you got to go trade for it. Okay, you got to go trade for it. And something internally inside me was just, man, that feels so bad. I know it's a loot-based game. I know that they balance around the economy, but something was nitpicking in my head where I was just not having fun with the tools that I was given in the game. And usually in PoE 1, for the longest time, not really true in PoE 2. We only have had one great league mechanic, in my opinion. The league mechanic is your catch-up mechanism. If you're not getting good drops from the base game, you sure as heck can run the league mechanic and get something to boost your build. And that wasn't happening with Fate of the Val. So I found myself sitting at the foot of this mountain, unable to climb it. And it just felt bad. So have you ever run into that in the past? And do you think I'm being a little bit of I don't know, am I being too strong-headed for not refusing to kind of cede over to trade? And I think a lot of people share this sentiment. Man, trade is the solution in all cases. It's not fun.
So, in my opinion, everything that you just said makes perfect logical sense, and actually it was the same experience that I had. I think I just had a little bit of a different reaction to it than other people, and here's why. So if we go back to last league, or not even last league, just the entirety of PoE 2, the thing that a lot of ARPG players, that maybe didn't start in PoE 2 that play some of the other ones, it's really all of them. It's not just people think I'm just targeting D4. It's not just D4. It's actually all of them. It also happens to last epoch. People are begging for an end game. Some people don't even like redoing the campaign over and over. Yeah. And we need all of the things that you talked about. We need it to be a smooth and steady progression. We need a lot of content to actually get through. It has to be fun. It has to synergize very well with the seasonal mechanic. And since it's been a problem with PoE 2, everybody knows it. All of the players and grinding gear games knows that that's the big problem. The fact that they announced a week before that we weren't getting an end game update, I think that people somehow thought, well, we have Druid now, so Druid and the Val Temple, that's what's going to save the end game, but like Fubgun and I we were chatting with DM and Gazzy one day before it started. We're just like, the end game is the same issues that they have a mega patch to fix is not here. So unless the Val Temple is the greatest thing that Grinding Gear Games has ever made, which it actually wasn't, and unfortunately, especially in the end game, it was extremely subpar. I don't know how people... I was a little bit surprised that people thought it was going to go any different. The end game didn't change. We don't have that part of the patch. That's why my review... I put one line in my video where I say, you didn't update the end game, and it's your biggest problem. It's a huge miss, and we're disappointed. But let me grade all of your other stuff, not including that. That's where I can find some wins when I don't mix the two together. Right. But I wouldn't blame everybody else who's just playing the game for fun. They're not analyzing, they're not compartmentalizing all the different mechanics and thinking, well, which one's good, which one's bad, and is that okay or not? They just log in and they want to play and they want to have fun. And if you don't deliver on that, even Jonathan's own words, then they have a right to be mad at you for not delivering it.
Right. No, that you touch on something that's really true for me, at least. I was one of those people who was like, oh, you know, that really sucks, the end game's not getting touched. Does that really matter? They have the druid, they have this really in-depth system that they're adding. Oh, it was laid out so well. You know, they assuaged fears about it not being rewarding and it being a huge supplement to the end game. This is still going to be great. I'm still going to have a bunch of fun. And so I found myself going very quickly through my favorite part of the game right now, the campaign. I did like a 12-hour campaign. I was like, oh, wow, I'm impressed at myself. And I was like, time to actually do like Fate on a druid build, just like throwing crap together. And I was like, time to, you know, interact. The Fate of the Val mechanic in the campaign, it's like the bait and switch, because it was so freaking rewarding to someone like myself. You're getting exalted orbs, you're getting quality on your weapon. I had like a 20% quality weapon in Act 1. I was like, whoa, this huge damage. Wow, I cannot wait to see how this scales in the end game. And then I started doing the little pads, and nothing was dropping for them, and I was like, oh, that's weird. These were dropping like uncut gems and currency. And then I got into the temple, and I would clear a room and it would say room completed, and there's no bench. And I'm like, oh, okay, unlucky. Room completed, no bench. Tier 3 room completed. Okay, here's something to do with corruption. Oh gosh, do I want to corrupt one of the items that I have? I don't have like a backup item because I'm not getting great loot and I don't have currency to spend. I'm like juggling all, and that's when I realized, like, oh man, I am not having fun. Why am I going to continue to play if I'm not having fun? And I think it all has to do with that post-campaign loop that you talked about, the progression that they have to nail. I feel like they've done a pretty decent job on the campaign if you're interacting with all the systems, and I think there's a lot there. There's a lot to like upgrade your gear between the actual loot drops and the shops and the gambling and even the league mechanic this time. But once you hit that the end game, it just fell apart for me, and I was like, why am I doing this? I'm just not going to do it. I had fun on the druid. The shiny toy, I'm done playing with it. I'm already done with the shiny toy. So, yeah, fascinating.
So the phenomenon that you described about how the Val Temple changed for you in the end game, about how, well, when you're in the campaign, you're getting little exalts, you're qualitating your gear, you're socketing your gear. It's a huge power boost, and not only that, like something that I talked about like in my feedback video, it teaches new players how to craft.
Yes.
Which is really great. Like it teaches you, oh, here's how to make your items great. It honestly reminds me of Path of Exile 1's Val Temple. So I'm still kind of new to Path of Exile 1, I guess. Been playing it for 2 years. I guess that's still that's considered new around here. But like the Val Temples, really the only way that I ever hear anybody talking about them in any capacity is at the end of the league, when you get them to double corrupt your mage bloods and you double corrupt your headhunters and you're trying to just hit, you know, the multi-mirror ridiculous stuff for fun, right? And like that mechanic, as I see it, is mostly just like one little niche part of Path of Exile. Like if you want to make, I've never really heard anybody for currency doing that as a main strategy. They're doing like strong boxes or something. But if Grinding Gear Games, this league, is releasing something similar to that, where the cool thing is like the corruption, or the cool thing is the boss drops, which require you have to do 6 rounds to make a temple. And then how many of those temples do you have to build to even reach the boss one time? It can't be that. If this is your only new activity, there's no end game. You can't give us a an activity that only is like very niche for like corruption. It has to be self-sustaining on its own. It has to be very exciting right away and very profitable, or people are going to tune out from it immediately.
Yeah. And another point here too, I liked your new player point. It is a good way to introduce them to crafting and not allowing them to take the currency, so they hoard it. They have to use it right then and there. That was smart. That was laid out pretty smart, and I think they've updated it so that once you're past Act 3, now you can take it, so you're a little bit more acquainted with the game. Very smart. Another point on the temple that left me remiss was, yes, opening weekend, I blast. I probably played on day 1 as much as you did. I played as much as a lot of other people. Like, I played, I think, 12 hours on day 1. Very, very fun. Day 2, I think I played for like 8 hours or something. Day 3 started to trail off, mostly because I hit the end game. But that would happen anyway if I was enjoying the league. And it would, at least for me, it would trail from blasting the weekend, playing 25 hours, to then 1 to 2 hour play sessions 2 or 3 times a week, maybe max, for me personally. That's like how much time I can dedicate past league launch. I feel like a lot of players are in that boat as well. And the whole temple mechanic where you have to like work a lot to build up your temple many times over, running the same set of rooms over and over, like upgrading them to get to this finale of like the finale is at Ziri. And I heard DM talking about it. He's like 47 hours to my first attempt. I died. It was one shot. That was it. It was one shot at it. Like that also feels bad. And one of the big points of feedback I've seen to my critique on that is, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this for PoE 2 specifically, especially because you've come from D4. This game is not for you. You should not play this game. If you can't dedicate 3, 4, 5 hours a day on this game, why are you even caring? Like, I'm getting it as a content creator, but I know a lot of other people are probably in my same boat. Do you think there's room for both under the same roof? I think there is. I don't think there's this whole myth of like, oh yeah, Diablo 4 is only for the dad gamers with 10 jobs, 30 kids, blah, blah, blah. I feel like games can cater to all these niches, and you don't need to like go giga niche. Do you feel that way with PoE 2 as a relatively new PoE player, past 2 years, so.
I don't buy into that at
I don't
all.
either.
Actually 0. Like, I think it's 0 out of 100 true. I think it's completely false. The whole idea that you have to build a game for the casual players, or you have to build a game for the people that play all the time. I actually don't know. I don't know where it comes from. However, there's, I think, a phenomenon that occurs that I think people might be describing, which I think is true. It's very hard to make a game that's excellent for both. The difficulty for Grinding Gear Games or 11th Hour Gaming or for Blizzard to hit both is very difficult. But whenever one mark is missed on either side, you'll hear about it endlessly. And another myth that I think is fairly strong, like not completely, it exists a little bit, is people say that the people that are more casual like such different things from the blasters. And I that's another thing that I don't really buy into. I think a lot of the things that we like are similar. I don't know. Like on that particular topic, I actually don't really know where it comes from. I just think the difficulty of the gaming companies to try to strike that perfect balance and hit it everywhere is very difficult. Otherwise, they just simply do it, right? They would just do it.
Right. I wonder, at least so trying to self-analyze, which is what I've tried to do the past few days, like be a little bit introspective. What triggered it for me, like my frustration, was that I felt like I either had one path forward, like trading in the game, right? And that path required me to invest a bunch of time solely dedicated to like amassing currency and joining in on a rat race. Because I was gated by RNG. Like I was unlucky, which led me to rely on this system and to interact with this system. I then had to participate in something, which I always tell people, screw it. You're not competing with people anyway. Like, you don't need to worry about divs per hour. I'd never do that. I just play the game for fun and I'm fine. And then I found myself in the scenario where I'm like, shoot. I can't get any item. I'm not getting any items. I need to buy everything from trade. I was gated by support gems. And I know they're 1x for like 10. But I had like greater jeweler's orbs. And I had no uncut support gems. And I'm like sitting here thinking, this is like a fundamental game. So why do I have to trade with other players to experiment with my skills? Like, I know this sounds petty, but I was literally sitting there thinking that, like, kind of grappling with it, like frustrated. And I don't know. I think you bring up a great point. Just like, it is very hard to get that balance. And I think that GGG is trying to strike that balance. And sometimes when they miss, like they have with like this big new edition, Fate of the Vow, it just becomes so evident to some players, which is why I think you've seen like a lot of, at least me, I've seen a lot of negative feedback. I saw happiness day 1, day 2, some people talking about the clunk of the druid, but day 3 onward, I mean, it's been majority like negative feedback, and not just on places that are usually negative, in like my personal Discord, talking to my friends, or on my videos, which are usually pretty positive places. A lot of people have that sentiment. That's something that you've noticed, like as more people finish the campaign, which I think is enjoyable to a lot of people, and they get to this part of the game, or they just bounce. They're like, oh man, this isn't fun. I'm just bouncing.
I think everything after the campaign for most people, unless they, picked a build that they already knew was really good, or they picked a really good new archetype, I think everything just got strictly worse, right?
Yeah.
The Val mechanic was valuable in the campaign.
Yeah.
Now it's borderline useless without this patch in the end game. And the end game is unchanged, and the end game is universally agreed upon to be the worst part about the game. So there were no opportunities for the feedback to improve. And then when we talk about our theory that the casuals and the blasters can be happy in the same patch, it's the same problem. Yeah. The moment, the instant that Grinding Gear Games announced that the end game wasn't coming, every single blaster, at least 90% of them, were disappointed. It doesn't matter how shiny of a druid that we get if we're doing the same end game that's been broken for a year. That's already lost. And then for the more casual players, the druid had some issues early on, as you described it, some clunkiness. People had. I put the blame, mostly on the player here, because they made it as easy as possible. But a lot of people were asking me questions in the first 20 minutes, like, Rax, how did you get your bear auto attack? It's like, well, you pick up the talisman and you have to click the bear icon. And people were like, I don't have a skill. They're like running around. I'm like, all right, at a certain point, it's not Grinding Gear Games' fault.
Yeah.
But then again, you wonder, well, is it their fault or whatever? But the clunkiness of the druid, the fact that the druid was very squishy. I mean, when you got on your bear with nothing, like you kill the bloated miller and you go to the second zone, did you like get bit by a wolf as you went to go punch them? Like they hit you really hard. It's like, bro, I'm a bear. Like I understand I don't have any items, but am I really this squishy? And so the point I'm trying to make is there were a lot of things holding back the casual players as well. Even with the new shiny druid, it didn't feel great for a lot of people in the beginning. And even if they build up to something that feels kind of good, it's all about, generating the charges so you can do this. It's all about generating the rage so you can spend it on this.
Yes.
It's spawning the icicles behind the boss so you can combo and pull them forward and then it will do damage. It's about the extra wolves that they built that do less damage than a skeletal warrior from an infernalist, which are considered absolutely useless. It's less than useless. It's like, so the blasters were shut off right away in the announcement, and then the casuals had a lot of opportunities to be shut off right away with the new shiny toy.
Yeah.
It's understandable that that the feedback was overall negative.
Yeah, I think that's pretty sensible. Yeah, I was squishy, by the way, in Act 1. Oh my gosh, yeah, that was rough. That was the roughest section, I think, for the bear. I was getting chonked very heavily. On the bear... Oh, go for it.
Real quick on that point that you said, real quick. That is another issue that they talked about in the campfire, exactly what you just said. You're really squishy in the campaign because you don't have gear. The game is so unbelievably gear dependent that, you know, walking out of the town when you have no items and you have no money, you're gonna get fried until you put some items on. If you don't upkeep on your weapon, you're not gonna do any damage.
We're on the same wavelength because I was literally gonna segue into a question about exactly this. Gear dependency in the game, man. It's been a year. We last talked a little bit, I think a month into early access, so it's been about a year. This has been a common point of feedback. A lot of 85% of power, seemingly, is baked into your gear. A lot of it is baked into your weapon. And they've been asked about this quite a few times. It seems like they kind of shelve it when they're asked about it. They kind of say, oh, well, not as much as you're saying is baked in, you know, we want them to be important. We want the chase to occur. If you go back and you look at, honestly, any other ARPG, a lot more power is baked into deterministic ways. You know, your passive points in like Diablo 4 and in PoE 1, your ascendancies are, I think, way more powerful and effective than in PoE 2. What are your thoughts, one, on whether this is a proper balance to strike in PoE 2, and why do you think they're resistant to this feedback from players that they feel like it's like getting your character stronger is gated behind so much RNG? Or just such a mastery of game knowledge that you're able to overcome it? Because I'm not going to say that someone like Ben isn't going to be able to easily gear up, right? Like, if Ben's in my scenario where I'm frustrated as all heck, he's probably going to find a way to make his character powerful enough to get over that hump. I'm not. So, what are your thoughts on this whole whole debacle?
I'll start with something that might be a little bit surprising, but I think that this is very, very true, and I think that this is not thought of or considered enough. I think grinding gear games on a ton of different aspects of the game, even ones that really make me mad and frustrated right now, they're actually really close to the right answer. It's everything. It's everything from, like, you said you didn't have support gems and you couldn't try other builds. Well, they could literally add maybe one extra support gem every, 3 maps, and that would have given you enough. Maybe after you do 10 maps, you got 3 extra ones, you know, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So when I approach like a situation like, oh, you have too many generator spenders, or you have too many kiss curses, or your weapon and your gear is so much more powerful than your ascendancy or your passive tree, I think all of those things are true, and I think they're not correctly balanced, but I don't think grinding gear games is that far off. Sometimes I hear people say, like, this needs to go way this way or way that way. Path of Exile 2, in a lot of different ways, plays very well, even with these imbalances. So I think if they were just able to hone in on the specific changes that they thought needed to be made and shift a couple of things here or there, I think a lot of that is needed. A lot of little changes to a lot of the different balances of the different mechanics and interactions of the game. But I can think of very few things that are just so far off that they're unrecoverable. But to answer... Go ahead.
I was just going to say I think that's true. I think it's just a whole bunch of little things that like add up, and they seem so big in your head. If you said something about, oh, you know, we're obsessing over all these, right? Like, we're playing these games a lot, comparatively to like a normal person, and we obsess over all these little things, and they become big in our heads, you know, a lot bigger than they actually are. Just a lot of tweaks that we've been talking about for so long. We're like, oh, if only this little change were made, it would be fine. And I get what you're saying. Yeah.
There have been things in the past that are just like actually just completely wrong, like towers, like the whole everything about I think I made a video one time like a year ago where I said like towers are the worst mechanic, like not only in Path of Exile 2 but maybe in any air, like they don't work at all. The layout, remember when we had to you couldn't see because they had the roofs over their heads and you had to run to a second floor and they had no mechanics in them. I mean yeah, so
Baseball.
But another thing that is a slightly different topic than what we were talking about before. We were talking about like, can you make an ARPG for casuals and blasters and have it be the same thing? One thing that you can't get away from is the basic identity of the development of the game. Let me give you an example. So Diablo 4 is very strongly built to be kind of an easy game, right? It's an easy game. You smooth through you sail through the content smoothly. That's what it's designed to be. Let's take a game that got an announcement today, No Rest for the Wicked. It's supposed to be the opposite. It's a Souls-like ARPG. You have like a one-on-one battle that takes 60 seconds with a grunt, and that's the design of the game. One thing that Path of Exile 2 clearly has in its development, at least in terms of building your character, is they put friction, hoops, in building your character. They want you to have to solve a generator spender, a kiss curse, your mana issues, your different resource issues, rage, glory. They want you to have essentially absolutely nothing and kind of grind your way and then end up with a beautiful automated build that can detonate everything, which is possible on multiple archetypes. So a lot of times when people are discussing PoE 2, they're discussing like, oh, this is so bad for new players, da-da-da-da-da. It's like, no, it's not that it's so bad necessarily for new players. It's that a lot of you just don't like that style of play. When people compare PoE 2 to Diablo, there's some people that are on polar opposite ends because some people don't want to have all that friction with building their character and going through the game. That's, I think, where a lot of these comments stem from.
Yeah. I think that's good analysis. I've often talked about, like in PoE 1, you get that godliness on your character, I think, really, really quickly. You know, I always say it's at the end of Act 1 when you're getting Leap Slam and you get like your first big clearing ability. I always play like Sunder to level a lot of the time. So you're literally after Merveil, you are just Leap Slamming, Frostblink, bam, pounding packs, blowing everything up. It's very smooth. That is not the curve of PoE 2, and I know we're harping on it again, and I know a lot of people disagree with me on this, but I feel like it's so good through the campaign, and then it just falls off in the end game, which is such a big part of PoE. It's especially for someone who like understands the game and knows the boss, and you know how to make a build, you know how to slot things together. You will get through the campaign very quickly. I know some of you might be laughing at me saying, it takes me 30 hours. Okay, once you've done it a few times, once you don't die at all, once you're like, you know, killing the boss, it's quick. And I'm just going to keep going back to it. I was so wrong, Rax. I was so blind because I was like, doesn't matter. The Druid's going to be great. The Fate of the Bell's going to be great. I'm going to have a great time. And I'm not going to play probably more than another like 5 or 6 hours the rest of the league given the current state. It's just it's like so crazy to have that sort of realization on my end, because that's never happened to me before. I know
Plant Druid will save you, man. Plant Druid.
Okay, well maybe I will try Plant Druid. Wolf was really fun too. Like the gameplay. That's the other thing. I like the gameplay. I don't know. It's so weird. Okay, Rax, what did you feel like with like Diablo 4? Did you kind of feel this sort of, what happened there? Because I was thinking about it, like, kind of. I remember watching your state of videos, and it was like, I think it was one patch. It was like day 1 where you just released it, and you're like, I played for a few hours. I'm done. I had that to a lesser degree, but can you relate to that feeling? What did you feel like? I guess is what I'm trying to get at. I don't know. Because it's not like I'm moving on, I'm done. It's like I'm burnt out, I need a break. That's what I'm feeling like right
So I definitely know how you feel. The thing for Diablo 4 for me is a lot of it is actually self-inflicted. I don't think people realize how many characters I made in Diablo 4. Like, I used to level to 100. I had like 55 100s. So, but the reason why I have 55 100s is because there's nothing to do, right? So I'm twiddling my thumbs, just waiting for something to do. The most fun I ever had in Diablo 4 by far, by a mile, and I understand this does not apply to most people, but the most fun I ever had was pre-season 1 fighting Uber Lilith.
News for you.
She killed me like 400 times before I killed her. That was the most fun I ever had, logging in and just getting ravaged by her, the hitboxes, and how, like, you just had to play like perfectly for like 10 straight minutes to kill her. And to me, that I was like, man, if this is the first pinnacle boss that they have, I'm so excited for all the future seasons to see, like, it'll be so cool when someone gets this world first kill. It's like World of Warcraft thing. It's like someone killed this boss. It's like, that's unbelievable. How did you do that? Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you for a moment. Good, you're back.
Okay, I think my internet might be dying, but
oh, good.
I'll just keep talking. I'll just keep talking. It's okay. Everything's like spinning here for me, but
okay.
Rejoin the Earth.
So I was just I knew how to level up. I played every archetype 1,000 times. I've done every color of Helltide that has been in the rainbow 1 billion times. I can't tell you how many times I killed Duriel, and I'm just sitting there waiting season after season after season after season. Like please give me something to do. And then we get like, this season you can do 3 nightmare dungeons in a row, and then there's 1 extra affix, and at the end there's a chest that gives you more loot. It's like, I can get all the loot in a day. Like, I don't want more loot, and I've been doing 3 nightmare dungeons in a row since I was a baby in a crib. When I'm done with a nightmare dungeon, I already plugged the next dungeon. It goes back to what we talked about earlier, how you're developing the game. They develop the game for the masses. That's what the direction has been, and that's fine. But after making 55 characters and just waiting for the next Uber Lilith, waiting for something, it just never came, and eventually you just give up. I go to PoE 1 and I'm so dog shit. I don't understand anything. And there's so many bosses, and then there's Uber bosses, and there's T17s, and then there's Valdo maps, and then if you can somehow do all that, then you can go to Dell, which is even harder. It's like, I'm just like a kid in a candy store. I'm like, yeah. I've been begging for this forever. And so that's where just kind of, like, people think I hate Blizzard. No, I don't. People think I hate Diablo 4. No, I don't hate Diablo 4. I just want something to do, which is why, like, I pull the blankets up and I shiver at night when I saw their expansion video, and they said all new endgame war paths, and then they made a path of 5 activities that we already do. It's like, we have a laundry list of the activities that we're already doing, and that's what we're doing in the expansion. It's like, I hope that that's not it, but I mean, it's been multiple years. So this is why, like, when Path of Exile says, I have a gigantic endgame patch that'll change everything, and then the season comes out and they say we're delaying it 3 months. Bro, waiting 3 months for me for it is fine.
You're good
compared to what we've been doing.
Exactly. No, your perspective makes a lot of sense there. 55 level 100s. Wow. That's a lot.
I mean, I'm a loser. What can I say?
As my old thumbnail said, best teacher around, man. People freaking love your videos. You make games a lot better for a lot of people. Obviously. Come on, you have a plushie of yourself. You can't call yourself a loser when people are buying plushies of you. Look, there you go. I don't know, is it still available?
It is. You want to know what's the weirdest thing about it?
Yeah.
So they're custom made, so you pre-order. By the way, they'll probably make one for you as well. You'll probably get contact by it.
Oh.
If you want a little, are you gonna make like a little triceratops?
Crap. If they do, I will. But that'd be crazy. I don't think anybody would buy that.
I would buy one.
Yeah,
People would.
The Rax plushie is unique. There are lots of Triceratops plushies out there. I have to do something crazy, but the Rax is a one in a. I mean, it's unique. No, nothing else like that exists out there.
It is pretty creepy. People have shared with me a couple of different things that they plan to do with the doll. I'm like, man, I would have probably preferred to not hear that, but I guess you do you, buddy. People are gonna stab it as a voodoo doll, see what happens. Anyway, it's all good. We'll see what happens. If I magically die when they ship, we'll know why. But I mean, it's easy to teach something that you've done 5,000 times, right?
Right.
So,
Right.
here I go. We're leveling to 100 again today, boys. Waiting for the end to get cast.
Hey, people need to know. They need to know, just like they need to know how to change into a bear. Do the bear auto attack. All right?
Click the bear icon on your talisman.
Yes,
I'm here all day.
Good job. Good job. Okay, shifting gears back to Path of Exile 2, but actually just in general. You did, and yeah, this is kind of a spicy question coming from me of all people.
Yeah.
You recently did an interview with the Diablo 4 devs, okay?
Yeah.
Right? That was
I remember
fun.
that one.
I'm curious. I don't know if this is true or not, but I saw some people talking about that in stream. You said, "Oh, I'm never going to do another one of these." I'm curious. Were you talking about Diablo 4 or just like developer interviews? What has been your experience with interviewing developers? Because I know you did it with, I think, Judd and Carver, or the EHG devs once, and then you did it with the Blizzard devs. I've had experiences of a sort. I'm curious what yours are in your perspective on content creators giving interviews.
All right, I'm just gonna tell you honestly.
Yeah,
right?
seriously. Yeah, go for it.
I'll just be honest with you.
Spoils of war.
So, first of all, I really like Colin and Zavin, who I interviewed. Those guys are great. They're blasters. They know games. Colin, did you watch the D4 interview? Or
I watched.
Do you know?
Well, I watched some of it. Thanks to a certain someone who might still be in the chat. Shout out to Frosty.
Right, oh, okay, yeah, okay, right. So here's the thing. So I'll give you a little context on the Blizzard interview and how that all spilled over, and then I'll give you context on the broader side. So for the Blizzard interview, they said, "Do you want to interview Colin and Zav?" And I'm like, "That's who I would love to talk to. Yeah, that sounds great." And I asked them, I said, you know, just to speak in plain English, a lot of the Blizzard interviews are very soft, right? Like at the end of their campfire, they're like, "People are wondering the cosmetic for the horse that you showed, is it going to be available in different colors?" Like, that's the questions that they usually ask.
Actual softball, by the way, guys. That's an actual softball. We're just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah. So I actually asked them ahead of time. I said, "Can I ask you, like, for lack of a better word, some very challenging questions? Like, I'm gonna ask you questions like, you know, the last expansion, the class is completely bugged, and we fought Mephisto's dog as the final boss. People do not have faith that they should buy the next expansion. What learnings do you have, or what would you say to those people? Like, do you think that you've done enough for their upcoming expansion for people to buy it? Or why is Diablo not in the game? Or we are asking every season for a lot more content and you're delivering and we're not getting it. Why?" I said, "Can I ask you these difficult questions?" And they said yes. The moment they said yes, I made a video and I said, "Give me all the questions that you want." I compiled them, had like 50 questions. And I said this probably every day leading up to the interview. Every day in my stream, I said, "Guys, I've got tough questions for them and I'm going to ask them. But I'm not going to be rude or disrespectful to them in any way at all. I like Colin and Zavin. They're not the problem. If you don't like Diablo 4, they're not the problem. So let's have a conversation." Got to the interview and I asked them the questions, and I think you know, a lot of them they just can't answer. I don't know if it's because of their job working at Blizzard. When we have a Grinding Gear Games interview, we're talking to Jonathan and Mark.
They get to choose. Yeah, they're like
they don't care at all. But it matters to them. So I asked, why is Diablo not in Diablo 4? And the response I got was, he's busy. On the question about like people don't have faith to buy the next expansion, like, can you help me get some faith in why people should, you know, continue with Diablo 4? Their response was, oh, you should definitely buy the next expansion. Then, so the interview ends and people were like, they hated like the answers, and they say, Rax, why didn't you push back? It's like, well, I told them we were going to ask very difficult questions, but when they give me that answer, that's them pseudo telling me they don't want to answer the question, or maybe they're telling me they can't answer the question. Yes, I can be an asshole and I can go full offense. I absolutely have that mode within me. I can do it, but it just didn't pan out the way that I wanted it to. And then there's so many Reddit threads. Rax failed us. Rax is a piece of shit. Worst interview ever. And then, so here's the part where I'm sure you're going to understand this completely. I actually heard you talking about this earlier, like an hour earlier. People don't understand that they think that we just sit down and we just hit play and we just do whatever the fuck we want, and it's Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and it's puppies and rainbows. I'm not saying streaming is like a hard job or anything. It's one of the easiest jobs. That's not what I'm saying. But just for this interview, for example, you feel a lot of pressure. Like, everyone's waiting for Rax to interview Diablo 4 because Rax is so mad and he's ready. And like, the questions I asked them were pretty fucking difficult, way more difficult than any interview I think they've ever had, but we just didn't get the answers for it. And then people don't understand, like, you're thinking about it all week and you make a YouTube video, you read every comment, you make a Word doc, you write down all the things, you mix and match it, you align it in a nice little like agenda to talk to them. You know all these things because you make videos, you do interviews, you know this probably better than anybody. And then when everyone's just so mad at you, you sit there and you come to the conclusion, you want to know what's way easier? It's way easier for me to just sit here and watch Ziggy D interview them. It's so much easier. I'll just sit here, I'll just make my stupid little summary video, and man, now it actually is Willy Wonka. Now I'm not actually doing anything. And you know, I don't want to just like deflect all of the responsibility. It's not like, I did perfect and everyone's stupid for thinking that I didn't.
Right.
It's just I don't know what I can do other than ask them the tough questions. Like, maybe I should have pushed back harder or pressed them further. I probably should have, but I didn't think it would get us any answers. If I did think it would have, I would have done it. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I totally agree with you. Yeah, I've been in that boat too. You do beat yourself up like in post, and it a lot of, like, when I chat with the devs too, sometimes I have, especially this especially this last time, I think it was like the most like just, is enlightening the right word? I guess enlightening experience. Maybe because I was just maybe hyperactive in the community and I was looking at the reception to it and everything. But I had that exact same feeling as you. Why the heck am I doing this? Because I am trying. I am trying really hard. I'm doing all the prep. I'm reading every comment. I'm reading all the questions. I try to gather it from a variety of people. And everybody's just so pissed off. And you were just trying to be respectful, get info for the community. Yeah, 100% could push back more, could rephrase things, like you said in your interview with the D4 devs, but man, it just, I don't know, it has a huge mental toll on you. Unlike personally anything that has ever happened content-wise, you know, just, yeah, it's rough. It was rough. So I feel that sucks for you. I did see people talking about like the D4 interview on like Reddit and everything, and I kind of scoff it off. Seriously, because it's just like a lot of mad people, and then I say, oh yeah, just scoff it off, and then it happens to me and I'm like, oh gosh. So I can only imagine how it feels, you know. It's like it's a choice, and I feel I'm more on your boat now of like, All right, well, if a lot of people don't like this, if people think I'm doing a bad job, if people are gonna talk mad shit about me, well, why do it anymore? Oh, people don't sub during the podcast. Oh my god.
Yes, it's mostly a lose-lose situation, but there is here's the difficult part. So you get through that stage, right? And the difficult part is you should never let all the antagonists in your life dictate how you live your life.
Right.
You should make your decisions based upon the people who are close to you and your friends, and even the people who are just giving you honest, constructive feedback.
Yeah.
I remember I was watching your stream before the interview started, and I was looking at you scroll through your questions, and you had the Excel sheet, and I can't tell you how many Excel sheets, how many interview documents, like how many guides, how many templates I built on Maxroll, And I'm looking at how you built your Excel sheet, and you made a comment like you had a YouTube video, you pulled a bunch of questions from Reddit, and I was reading like how you organized it in the different columns that you made. I was sitting there, I was like, this took a shitload of work. As someone who's built stuff like this before, this is very nice. This interview is going to go well. Then someone in my chat, I still remember this, like 2 weeks later, someone said, "Did Rax just give Talkative Try a pat on the back for making an Excel sheet?" And I'm just like, dude, like, do you have are you the dumbest person alive? Like, do you not understand how hard it is to? It's not like it's so difficult, but do you know how much time it takes to organize all of this data and make it into an agenda for an interview and then execute it smoothly? Like, a lot of, like, the number one fear is not death or spiders; it's public speaking.
Oh God, dude.
So most people can't do that to save their lives.
It's crazy, especially, and I know this is, I don't know. Did you feel like this when you talked to like Colin? The other guy's escaping me right now, but it's like, I wanted to be a game designer when I was growing up. Talking to someone who's made, if you guys complain about, I love the game. It's so much fun. I love Path of Exile 1. Spent probably 1,000+ hours in it. Talking to like the people who designed the game, I don't know. It's just like so crazy cool, and I have to almost like go out of body when I'm doing it. And this is gonna sound like mad glazing, but it's like, that's crazy. How can you find yourself in a situation like this? Like, you feel like privileged. You feel like this shouldn't be happening. You feel like, I'm nowhere as near as smart as these guys. What the heck is going on? I'm not as smart as a lot of. the people in the chat. I just am really excited, and I like talking about this, and
You've received
I'm
a
in this
shipment.
moment. What the heck is happening? Like that's what's going through my head in the moment.
What's new?
You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I wanted to ask you, would you ever consider doing an interview with GGG? Have you ever like reached out, or is that not something you would be interested in doing? Because that's a comment that I saw a lot, and I kind of agreed with. Like for these interviews, maybe it isn't best for someone like we already have, you know, really chill interviews with Siggy. Maybe there should be more interviews with like the people who are really into the, you know, build crafting, guide making, really into the mechanics of the game. And I saw your name came up a lot, and a few of my other friends too. But I was curious, is that something you would ever be interested in, or no?
I would probably, yeah, as you said, be honored and humbled to talk to Grinding Your Games. A long time ago, it's not any time recent, we were trying to schedule something, but they're always just so busy that they're doing, they got to make the game, right? It's been delayed twice, it just never panned out. And I think they're somewhat trying to make the rounds, but I'm going to be honest with you, man. I think it actually, I made this comment to my stream the other day, I think it goes like the opposite way that maybe some of the internet thinks it is. I don't have like, I don't think of myself as some like big important person.
Yeah.
Like, in fact, as I become more and more of an old, pardon my French, piece of shit, like if I disappeared from the content creation world tomorrow, it wouldn't make that, it hardly make any difference, if any difference at all. No.
I can't even. I can't. I don't know. It's so weird talking and hearing you say that, bro. I don't know. I played like one season of Diablo, and I listened to all your state of videos, and I think there's tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, who do the same thing. That is crazy talk. Too hyperbolic, Rax. Okay. Some people wouldn't miss me. A lot of people would miss you, though. Holy crap. Jesus. Sorry for interrupting. I just had to.
No, yeah, you're good, man. I appreciate you saying that, but I am not sitting here thinking, man, it's so, I can't believe they picked Talkative Try for the interview over me. I'm way more important. I never think like that. When you got the interview, I was like, dude, Talkative Try, dude, he loves PoE so much. He deserves it so much for all the time he's put into it. And people are like, Talkative Try is a noob. Why don't they get Ben to interview him? It's like, dude, Ben would do a great job too, but guys, come the fuck on. Are you serious right now? So I don't, if Grinding Your Games ever wants to chat with me, I'm sure I would be open to it. I would be honored for that. I don't think it would be received as poorly as last time because they are allowed to speak so freely. Like, I would love to talk to Jonathan about, all right, Jonathan, you and I are on polar opposites of one thing. We need to have a 1-hour conversation about one button builds versus kiss curse, mana generation, go pick up this remnant, generate this rage, power charges do nothing and take 1 hour to generate them in order to do 10 extra damage. Like, we need to talk about this for like an hour and see if we can come to some kind of middle ground, because you're driving me fucking crazy over here.
That was like a rallying cry. I hear your legions outside my house, like waving your banner. I mean, you're speaking to the hearts of the people right now. So
waving the little plushie.
Yes, waving the plushie around. They got him prop held up on a war banner. There you go. Yep, on a stand. Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay. What else? Okay, yeah, I want to do it in the actual video too. Right after that interview, 2 hours after, I get a text from my dad. Okay, and my dad, bigger PoE2 player than me, and he texts me, just saw Rex's breakdown of your interview. It was really good. And I'm like, my wife was like, he didn't watch it. He watched Rex's breakdown, and he misspelled Rex's name and everything. But I don't know. It's just, it was so surreal. It was so funny. I had to send it to you immediately after. I was like, this is crazy. Okay.
So I'm honored that your dad watched it and that he chose my interview or my summary over your interview. That's, I guess I'm the favorite son now.
It is true.
It's kind of the same thing. Like if I can just do it one more time, like the past question. Bro, all I do is I just listen to the interview and I just write down what was said and then I say what was already said and I put it on YouTube. I mean, I don't know why anybody is proud of me. That is something literally anybody could do.
Bro, true
I
though.
don't, I don't
used
know
to do
why
that.
you get.
I used to do that all the time. Big videos, man. And it is nice. It's just you're chilling, you just listen, you write down, you make a Google Doc, and then you like just highlights. You just do it in like a calm way, and people are like, "This is amazing." So,
Yeah,
which
I don't know
it is.
if people like it, but
I listened
I don't
to
know why
it.
I get getting credit.
I listened to. I was working. I was working on it. I was like, yeah. That I think that was what was said. Yeah, that's correct. Yep. So, I literally watched it. So it was good. I do it.
It's exactly that.
Yes.
Yep. That is what I said. Yeah. An hour ago. Oh, very good. Very good. Yeah. Oh man.
Okay. I know we talked a little bit about Diablo 4. I had one like topical question. Paladin? Like, I've just been hearing mad praise about the Paladin, dude. Like, I've had people saying, all right, you're not feeling PvE2 right now? Okay, go check out the Paladin, man. It's actually really good. Did you play it? I think you did on launch day, and then you swapped to PvE2. Was it any good? Any thoughts on that for anybody out there?
I thought it was excellent. It really was. It felt very Paladin-y. The hammers were frying. The zeal was frying. The righteous fire, like the holy burny stuff, was there.
Yeah.
They did a good job. It was it's really fun. It's worth I think it's worth, like you said, you're gonna play Hollow Knight and you're gonna say you're gonna play Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't 100'd Baldur's Gate 3 yet, but I'm very far in that game. And I did 100' Silk Song. Those are amazing games, but that's like a mega time investment for both. They're both huge games.
For 100 of them, you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess they're huge games, even if you don't 100-0 them.
Okay.
100-0 Baldur's Gate 3 is insanity. Like
100%. I took,
that like Hollow Knight has different endings, and I don't mean like, oh, do you go in door A and you rescue the princess, and B, Bowser eats her. I mean like entire game opening endings.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And Hollow Knight's challenging. Like, I don't know how confident you are in your gamer skills, but prepare to be torn a new one when you play Hollow Knight.
My biggest exposure to Souls-like games is your 1 hour plus review of Elden Ring from like a year and a half ago. I'm pretty sure. I'm so bad at those games. So I'm ready for it though. I played Clair Obscur earlier this year, and it opened my gaming eyes. I just had enough time, and I'm like, you know, if I'm not enjoying this PoE2 League, if the Gardener build doesn't hook me, then I'll just play some games on my backlog that I've had a lot of recommendations. And yeah, Hollow Knight was one, and then Baldur's Gate 3, like my entire family has been saying, you need to play this. Because I played, you know, BG1, BG2, played Neverwinter Nights. I was like playing CRPGs. That was what I played when I was younger. And I just didn't have, Baldur's Gate 3 came out right when my second kid was born, so I didn't really have the time. Now I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I got maybe some free time late at night. I can chug through it. But I know it's big, really big. Did you finish the game, or just just didn't 100-0 it?
No, I actually just ran out of time. The PoE 1 League started. Right. I got it was like 65 hours in, and I'm not even close to done. Baldur's Gate 3 is, by the way, Clair Obscur, you played that game. I thought that was one of the best games ever.
Insane, man.
Yeah. If you're gonna play Clair Obscur and Hollow Knight, Silk Song, and Baldur's Gate 3 in the same year, that's gonna be a memorable year of gaming.
That's a good year. Man, if I have a little bit of time off, maybe kids will sleep better after playing a ton with toys. You know, because Clair Obscur was one of those games where I sacrificed sleep. I was like, I need to continue playing. I need to see how the story ends. Oh, that was the first single player game I'd played in, you know, like a decade to completion, and that was good. It was very worthwhile. And now everybody in my house listens to the soundtrack all the time.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
The nostalgia kicks in.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. The thing about Baldur's Gate 3 is I would make sure that you play that when you have like maybe now, like the league just came out and you say you're going to play another 5 hours and you're done. Maybe you go Baldur's Gate 3 first, because you're going to need months to gnaw at it. It's
big.
It's absurd how much content there is.
Okay. Maybe I'll take a knock at that then. Okay. Baldur's Gate 3. All right, and then there was one other thing, Rex, that I wanted to talk to you about. Okay.
Let's go.
Did you hate tacos now? I thought you love tacos. You hate tacos?
Where do you get your information from, Talkative? We need to check your sources here.
Chat told me you hate tacos. But my memory, I mean, I listened to our pod a few days ago. I thought we were talking about how you love Chipotle. We were bonding over that because I got obsessed over Chipotle during PoE 2 early access release. I was getting a burrito a day from Chipotle so, for a few weeks there.
This guy knows.
Dude, holy crap. They were good. I have swapped my fast food, though. I was curious if you are still getting the same stuff, or have you swapped up your taste?
So I've actually really don't eat that much fast food anymore, believe it or not. I make tacos all the time. I still
crap. Okay.
Yeah.
What kind of tacos?
I have a pretty simple rule. Any taco except for a fish taco. No shrimp, none of that crap. I hate fish. I like almost every food in the world, but no fish. People are like, well, what about sushi racks? No. Like, I don't want any fish, but any other kind. Carne asada, al pastor, carnitas, chicken, anything.
Whoa.
All of them are
You have the pronunciation down. Holy crap, man. Nice. Very nice. That was good.
Half of my family is from Mexico. I'm half Mexican. My father was born in Monterrey, Mexico.
Oh, can you speak Spanish? Fluently?
Yo puedo hablar más o menos. I can speak kind of. It was a huge miss. My dad should have only spoken Spanish to me when I was a kid, and then I would be fully fluent. He should have never spoken English to me.
Yep.
I can speak enough to, get my point across,
Right.
Good enough to travel and stuff.
That's my mom. She's from Germany. She moved here when she was 18, and she speaks full German still. Never spoke to us as kids. I could be fluent in German right now. She didn't do it. She only said Scheiße instead. She cursed in German. So the only things I know are swear words in German. That's it. Nothing else.
I'm pretty sure that's all there is, though.
Yeah. Swear words?
I built Maxwell on Discord with a bunch of Germans. I'm pretty sure it's just a bunch of swear words.
Just a bunch of swear. They sound really vulgar, like all the words. I mean, when she's talking to her sister on the phone, it's crazy. Like it sounds very. It's like two ends. It's like extremely serious or extremely vulgar and aggressive. Like the two ends that I usually get from my mom. Very powerful language. So, yeah.
The inflection is very serious.
Yeah. Okay, well, good on you for not getting fast food a lot. I thought we were going to have an in-depth chat because I swapped fast foods. I guess
I've forgotten. Kids. We can talk fast food all day long.
Okay, all right. I don't know if you have this in your area or not, but I swapped from Chipotle to Pita Way. Are you aware of Pita Way? Is that where you are, maybe? Anybody Pita Way fans? Okay. It's Mediterranean.
Is this even a real place? Did you just make this place up?
No, it's real. It's real, and it's a franchise.
I'm Googling it.
Okay. All right. Pita Way, dude. Holy crap.
Mediterranean grill, huh?
Mediterranean grill. It's like a create your own bowl or sandwich, and they have the freshest ingredients. They cook like the chicken right in front of you, right off the grill into your plate. It is like, as long as you don't drench your stuff in sauce, it is extremely healthy and like filling, and you feel rejuvenated when you eat it. And if you bring your kids in, they give you free kids bowls, which are like half the size of a full bowl for free. And I'm like, this is crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
Really? That's a killer deal for a family in this economy?
In this economy. So what we do, because my kids don't like it, right? So we'll go through, and my wife and I will each get bowls, and then we'll get the two kids bowls for free, and we'll have like freaking dinner and lunch the next day. And you can just get like, okay, my kids are going to get dark meat, and then we're going to get gyro, and then like we can all, so it can be variety. Dude, best fast food, hands down. You're in and out in like 3 minutes. Very efficient line. I haven't found anything to beat it yet. So, big W.
If I see a Pita Way, I will, no matter how full I am or what life events are occurring, I will slam on the brakes. I'll go there and I'll try it, and I'll send you a video review on Discord.
Good.
I promise you. If I ever see it. Yeah.
Good. It's so worth it, man. I've tried other Mediterranean joints too, and this comes out ahead, even though it's like fast food. At least in my area, like it's better. We had a sit down place that they've screwed up my meat a few times, unfortunately. And then we found this place, done in like a quarter of the time and way better. Oh, so yeah, highly recommend Pete Away. But you're doing the right
pretty
thing.
Healthy. It looks like a healthy Chipotle bowl.
Yeah, yep, yeah, it is. It is. As long as you don't like say, also a side of hummus, please, and you get a freaking jar of hummus to just pour, which I may have done in the past once.
Yeah, somebody has a grilled chicken salad for lunch, and then they get the double-decker nachos for dinner as a reward, because as long as they had a salad for lunch, it counts.
There you go. There you go. Right, 100%. 100%. All right, well, Rax, dude, it has been so fantastic talking to you, as always, man. Thanks so much for coming on the pod. Was there anything else, Piri 2 or otherwise, that you wanted to chat about?
No, I guess the only final question I'd like to ask you is, hey, how are you doing, man, for real? Like, I know this is maybe one of the first times you've been really frustrated and burnt out, and if you want to get something off your chest, I'm listening.
Right.
Tell me,
Tell
me how it's going. Content to content.
Yeah,
creator.
content creator. And I talked about this a little earlier on stream. Yeah, it's really unfortunate that I'm kind of known. It's a meme as being the positive person who's never said a bad word about GGG ever in his life, and I just released a scathing review of the patch, and I'm just not enjoying it. I think it's partially in-game reasons and partially out-of-game reasons. So in November of last year, I think that's when I first reached out to you to kind of like hop on, like do this. I did like a hype train where I tried to talk to a bunch of creators and get their opinions on the game, whether they, were grinders or just kind of casual, tiny creators, massive creators like yourself, lots of different opinions. Don't laugh, Rax. Come on, don't laugh. And that kicked off in November. And I don't know if I ever said this publicly, but I told like my wife and myself, all right, you're going to grind. You're going to grind for like a year, because I also have a real job. So I do this like on the side at night or on weekends, or I say, okay, sweetie, I got to go do this news video, or I got to get ready for this, right? And I have ground for like a year side by side. And I think finally I have like reached the end of my rope essentially. And I've kind of realized it's not enough to sustain. One, it's not enough to sustain being a full-time thing. And two, is this even something that I really want to do? And I guess I don't want to draw you in, but I will make vague allusions to it. Like the past week and a half, 2 weeks, just seeing the reaction from a pretty sizable part of the community of the game that I would do this for, right? Because let's be real, when you become a content creator and you've made your content based on one game, you got to stick to that game, and you got to make content for the game for a long time before you can like swap to other games, I think, or just have a huge like cult of personality, which I don't have. After seeing like how some people think about me in the community very publicly, I'm like, I don't want to hinge my family's success and safety on that. Is crazy when I have a stable job, I'm making more than enough money, I have health care, I have all this stuff going for me. Why would I take the gamble for something that I would love to do, and risk my family? So I kind of had all those realizations in the past like 2 weeks leading up to the patch, and then I don't like the patch, and then I'm like, oh my god, now I'm gonna have to release like a negative video, and I've got 800 videos on my channel, and none of them are negative. Like a crazy string of events here. So I guess I'm doing okay. I did a lot of introspection, but I definitely am in like kind of a little bit of a sucky situation just for the channel, right? Because I feel like a lot of people really see themselves as wanting to do this, and I did for a long time too, but I kind of had that realization, like this would not be a good idea for my family or myself probably. I would probably get burnt out even more and even more jaded than I already am. So okay, that was my big tirade. Yes, that's how I'm feeling right now. Thank you for asking.
So can I give you some words of encouragement on some of the things that you just said?
Yeah, go for it.
So the sequence of events that you described, almost identically, like the situation's a little bit different, is something that I went through like exactly the same thing about 2 years ago. So when I had my 55 level 100k characters, and I was sitting there, and I had made the promise to blast this Diablo 4 game for a long time, and a lot of people thought of me as the Diablo guy or whatever you want to call it. I was sitting there with the realization of, like, this isn't sustainable for me because I'm just not happy, and it's not worth it for me. And as you alluded to, becoming a variety Andy, whatever, is the death of any
Right.
channel. Like,
Right.
you might as well just hang it up. It never works. And then what I ended up doing is, just out of nowhere, I just stopped playing Diablo 4, and I just fired up a stream, and I started playing Last Epoch. I never played it before. It hadn't even been released yet. I'm like, I'm just going to play this game. And you would be surprised how many of my audience, it's not even like my audience was wanting me to not play Diablo 4, or they weren't wanting me to play Last Epoch. They were wanting to see me like happy again. Like, they want to see me, like, they see the fatigue, and they see that things are weighing on you. Unless you're the greatest actor ever, you really can't hide it. And they just, like, the core audience that you have, they just want to see you actually having fun again and gaming.
Have an order?
Then I started playing PoE 1, and I started playing PoE 2, and then I played Claire, then I played Hollow Knight, and then I played Baldur's Gate 3. You're literally going through the same midlife crisis questions in your head, da-da-da-da-da. But the thing about it is I think a lot of the things that you are like, I think of it like, you know, in Mario, the original Mario game, the guy above you with the rain cloud that follows you around the level that just throws bombs at you the whole time. It's like you have that above your head where you're like, okay, I've committed to do my job and the content creation for a year straight, and I'm going to do it, and I'm the positive guy, and I have to make this many videos, and I have to do this many interviews, and I have to prepare, and I also have to take care of my family, and I have to do well at my job, and I can't let my job suffer at all because that's the main thing, da-da-da-da-da. I would recommend for you to abolish bury the little Mario cloud above you entirely, and just say, if it works for you, obviously you have to talk with your family, create content the way that you want to. And another thing I'll tell you, another word of encouragement, I had a chat with someone very high up at Blizzard recently, and I literally, you know, talking behind closed doors, I literally told him, I said, I opened with, I'm sorry that I make these videos where I'm so mad at Diablo 4. I'm so mad that we don't get the end game. I can't play because literally I can't play, and my audience, it turns so toxic because now a lot of the people that watch me now, they really like Path of Exile, and they moved on from Diablo and they hate it. And when I play Diablo, it's their opportunity to hate it again. But you want to know what he said to me? I bet he would say the same thing to you that Grinding Your Games would say to you if you haven't talked to them yet. He said, we love talking to you because we know when we do a big, like, internal presentation on the Discord, you're going to be the one who critiques it. You're going to be the one who says, that's not going to work. That's not what they want. And that's valuable. Like, the people who just sit around and say yes, who are positive, even, you know, that meme with the dog, everything is fine. And they're just sitting there like everything's fine when it really isn't. I think that you making this video saying that you're normally very positive, but this league sucks, is some of the best feedback that they could have gotten. I think it means more from you saying that the league was bad than it does from me saying that the league was good. So I think a lot of these things are just a Mario cloud following you, and you can just get rid of it. I think you just get rid of it and create content how you want to. Do you want to play 4 days a week or not? Do you want to play Hollow Knight? Play it. If you're getting your ass kicked, which you will, and you hate it, then play Baldur's Gate 3. You know what I mean? It's like, when you get rid of those things, I think you will feel better, and maybe you will find you can do both of them in harmony very easily.
It's really funny, Rex, because, you know, people are saying I have the lights down low, I've got a candle, I've got my shirt zipped down. It's funny because my wife almost said exactly what you just said to me last night when we talked. Words of wisdom, that's exactly what she said. Not using the Mario analogy, but like, just if it's too much and you got all this stuff swirling around you, take a step back and just truly focus on just what you want to do. Don't push yourself, like you said, to be doing all this crap and juggling all these different things and worrying about, like, oh my gosh, I'm going to, you know, have a huge reaction because you're releasing a negative video. All these people are going to be talking. It's good. It's good advice. Good advice, and I thank you for that. I have one question to ask, I guess, on this, kinda. And I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I wonder if I'm sure you have experienced this now. Before I was, creating stuff, I was huge participant in the community just as like a player, right? I was chatting on boards and forums. I've done that since like the earliest days of me being able to use the internet. Probably my parents didn't like that. Although, I didn't frequent like bad places. I was like on the Dungeons and Dragons online forums. I had like thousands of posts on there typing about it, right? I like interacting with the community. And now, literally everywhere I go, I'm like gun shy that there's going to be a bomb that like just hits my head. Like, I know that people say, oh, okay, don't let it affect you. Well, the way I do that is like, okay, if there's going to be a threat, if there's a thread that says talkative track, don't ever click on that. Don't do it. If people are crap talking on your videos and saying very bad things, saying KMS and stuff, mute them, block them from your channel. Okay, great. But man, dude, like I'll open global chat and like people will just be talking mad crap about me, and it's so weird. And it's like, I don't know how, my brain doesn't know how to react to it. And it's like, I really want to just enjoy the game sometimes, and I can't, and participate in the community as a player. Is that something that kind of just goes away when you become someone that people know? I don't know. This seems like such a first world problem, but it's something that I'm grappling with, and I can't like Google it, Maybe I should ask this in private, not public. But
Bro, you can ask. You
yeah.
can ask me anything you want. That problem, like, if there was a solution to that problem, then I think like content creation would officially become like the easiest job you could possibly do. Like content creation in terms of like your daily duties, sit in a chair, talk in the microphone, and play games. It's up there with like the easiest thing you can do. Really, where all the challenge comes in is inevitably, as people start to know you, people will talk about you and people will hate you. And how you deal with that, if there was a solution there, you'd be a billionaire. The thing I think the best way to deal with it is it has to be with yourself.
Yeah.
So the interview that I did with Diablo 4 a few weeks ago is probably the most negative thing potentially I've ever experienced in my life toward me. The reason why that overall did not that much damage to me is because I sat back and I asked myself, like, was it really that much of a disaster? And I looked at my questions. I'm like, bro, I asked them such difficult questions that are at the core of everything that I think that everyone, at least most people, believe is a problem. I'm like, like it didn't end up the way that I wanted to do it, and I could have done it better, but people are acting like I've completely failed them. It's like, bro, I asked them a lot of the questions, and if I can live with it internally, if I can live with it myself, it makes it much easier to tune out all the noise. As you said, a huge portion of it is to not engage with it, right? So like if your wife is checking or your dad is checking and you're checking and everyone's relaying to you all the information. I'll give you a specific example.
Yeah.
My brother does my YouTube. He wrote Maxwell Guides for a long time. He knows these games very well. For a long time, he would tell me like, hey, there's this one guy who's going ape shit in the comments, just letting you know, like saying this or that or this or that. A couple years into it, I told him, don't ever tell me about it anymore. I just don't want to hear it. If you have constructive feedback to give me or something I can work on,
I'll tend to the books.
give me that all the time. If there's like an obstacle in my way, either remove it for me or just don't let me know that it's there, because I'm trying to clear my mind and go down this path.
Right.
So overall, I would say there's no magic solution, but definitely don't engage with the people just talking shit about you. It doesn't mean ignore constructive criticism, and don't have people feed it to you either.
That's a good piece of advice, because people definitely do that, unfortunately. I'll tell them to just knock it off, and seriously knock it off this time. So I think you're really on point about the internal stuff, which is why I'm glad the past few days. This sounds so silly that I'm saying it out loud, but I literally took a lot of time to just sit and think. No phone, no external things, like just sitting, after people have fallen asleep and I'm just thinking about everything. I feel like that's so important, and I've done that so infrequently as of late. It's like I was going too hard. And I think I neglected myself and my family for a while there. I remember I went on an energy drink spree. Bad idea. I drank like 4 energy drinks in a day once, and then I was like, bro,
Damn.
okay, stop. What do you do? If you are on fumes, quit it. That was several weeks ago. I haven't had an energy drink in 2 weeks. Woo, 2 weeks clean. Let's go.
Let's go, dude.
Right, I know. So I really feel like a lot of it is internal, and and I've had great advice
Can I
from
help?
like so many people have like reached out and talked to me and helped me, and I'm so thankful. I don't know, this time, these past 2 weeks, it really like hit me hard, and I'm glad I've taken the time to just examine everything and kind of make these decisions, and then talk to you about it, talk to the community about it. Everybody's been very, very nice and helpful. I appreciate the fine words, man. I do. I really do. So
These
very
life
kind.
inflection points, they feel
Yep.
pretty bad when you're in them, but it's also an opportunity to come out with the light at the end of the tunnel on the other side, right? So
yeah,
you're probably going to be a lot happier after this.
100%.
Thing.
And hey, it's like right around the new year, so you can really build. Oh, new year, new me. I'm making the change now. I'm none of that. All right, I'll do it on January 1st stuff. No. It starts today, right? So, yeah, man, this has been fantastic. Your internet appears like it's gonna kill itself right now. It can't stand me anymore. So, what you gonna have some tacos for dinner, or you already had tacos?
I haven't eaten it all today.
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna go eat some tacos and just relax and get ready to blast again tomorrow. We go again.
All right, Rax. Thank you so much, everybody in the live chat, everybody watching the VOD. I'll put Rax's information below, although I'm sure all of you already know who he is, especially you, Dad. One's for you, all right? All right.
Dad knows who I am
Yeah,
for sure.
Rax is the favorite son. All right. Talk to you guys later. Thank you again, Rax. Have a great one. Goodbye.
Have a good stream, buddy. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rax. I'll chat with you later, man. Thank you so much. Seriously, go have some tacos for me, okay?
Taco time. Later, dude.
All right. See ya. Bye-bye. Well, I didn't plan on talking about that, but he asked, so might as well. When in Rome, or talking to Rax. What do you guys think? Do you guys like was it a good pod? WL, I ask it as always. WL, you guys. Oh, hey, DM, what's going on, man? I saw you're playing Wolf. I wonder if I made a mistake with Bear, because I'm playing Wolf in Campaign Act 1 with my wife, and oh my god, it's so much fun. And Wolf pops are crazy. The ice shards are so satisfying. It's like, it's given me like Ice Strike Monk vibes, but it looks way cooler, and the massive slap backwards. Oh, it's good. It's good. W? Which Hunter Wolf? Are you using like dual trees? That's pretty sick. If you're making that work, pretty cool. Hey, Connor, what's going on, dude? Connor, oh, aren't you excited for our chat Sunday? You want to talk about this too, Connor? By the way, I'm wearing red sweatpants. I'm not wearing blue sweatpants. Oh. Connor, you don't post commentary videos, so I'm unaware, and I don't get to watch many streams. So I am wholly unaware of your reception to the patch, besides your day 2 stream title, where you said, well, I was having a blast in the campaign. I think it was called like, they should like only work on Path of Exile 1, or they should quit development and only work on Path of Exile 1. That was like your stream title, and I was like, oh yeah, here we go. Connor is always toxic pause. Oh my god, it's gonna be so good. Holy crap. We're gonna be bouncing off each other, man. I know, I've got the bright red pants. They are sweats though. Invoker Wolf. Yeah, I'm going monk on my wolf. It just seems like it makes sense, you know? Quinn said quit PoE 1 to work on PoE 2. True. Okay, wait. but I think Connor said the opposite. I think he said quit on PoE 2 to work on PoE 1, unless I misunderstood the stream title. Quinn said quit PoE 1 to work on PoE 2. True. He is such a brave man. He's such a brave man. I'm glad you enjoyed the Rax podcast. He is so humble. He is so humble. I don't know. But that is like his entire, he's so chill. He's like, I think most of the time he's like the total opposite to me. When I watch his videos, he is so calm. He is always so level-headed. He does not change the inflection of his voice. And that's why, I don't know. See, I do like that content because I listen to all of his videos on the state of the games. I don't listen to his build videos. But I had to call him out when he said no one would miss him. Oh, dude, people would notice if you up and disappeared. I think that's the case with a lot of these guys. Oh, you thought we were still talking about Quinn? Quinn, I haven't seen if Quinn is enjoying the patch or not. I know he's always top of the Twitch channel. Quinn doesn't want more PoE 1 content because he's in regression. In a matter that can be studied and quantified. Oh, God. Yeah, Connor, I played the PoE 1 League for like 40 hours. So I played Keepers. I did 36 challenges in Keepers. I don't know. Maybe that's contributing to the burnout. I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of factors, but man, was I frustrated playing the actual game, and I was frustrated at the actual game. So, you watched 150 hours of his Valheim content. Whoa. Number 2 most watched. Wow. I think I'm the only regard that likes them developing both games. I got 850 hours on Rax this year on my recap. I remember the first time I chatted with Rax. He opened with, I have no idea why you want to talk with me. I am extremely negative on streams. And everybody says you're the positive guy. So this should be interesting. And then we vibed out for like an hour and a half. It was really good. The Try plushie. There's no way they're going to reach out to me. Rax has way more reach than he will say on stream. Okay, he's got consistently few thousand viewers on Twitch at least. YouTube has like 900 people at least. He's always like top of like the YouTube streaming too. He's got a long reach. I can't see myself playing PoE 1 as a new player there. It's like when I went back and played it after skipping. When I went back and played it, I skipped one league. I skipped Mercenaries. It felt like nostalgic and cozy. Yeah, his YouTube is crazy good. PoE 1 is garbage. Hard to disagree. I don't think it's garbage. Need to send him a thank you. He's always so sweet. Vax is so sweet. Kiwi would be so much better with a more gradual learning curve. Kiwi 1? Yeah. Oh yeah. I had time, Connor, I had time to sink into that game when I first learned it. I sank a lot more hours into that game to learn all those initial systems, to understand everything. If I was a new player starting now with kids, there's no way I would get into PoE 1 today. I don't think there's any way. I think I would probably bounce from it. Because I'm also someone who doesn't like to watch lots of guides and stuff on YouTube or anything like that. So I think I would not get into it. Good thing I encountered it when I did, before kids. If I asked every 10K hour player what the ailment threshold cap is less than... No, I have no idea. The ailment threshold cap is less than 5 would get it right. No way. Hey, Makad. Thanks for the Prime, dude, for 11 months. Holy crap. Thank you, thank you. Zero or 1 devs would get it right. I'll tell you this, try a lot of new games coming out next year, and people won't be looking toward PoE 2 unless you're a die-hard PoE fan. I don't think that's true. I think a lot of people will be enjoying it. I think with seasonal games, it just hasn't happened to me. I mean, with PoE2 is not that old either, I guess. It feels older than it is. I think a lot of people get burned out on these seasonal games, and it will happen.
Now it's like 2 miles to the tree line. That doesn't make any sense, because they.
Okay, I did take quite a while there crafting those mid gloves, but I'll tell you what, these actually, I vision crafted it. They came out pretty good. You know, theoretically, these are gonna sell for. Theoretically, these are gonna sell for 2 div. What's this guy buying? Is he buying the gloves I just made? That I just sold? Oh no, just a waystone. Okay. But now I'm pretty happy with these. My damage is essentially the same. Maybe I went down like 100 damage in the tooltip. But I have 40 more armor, and also the other gloves had 0 life. These ones have a combined about, what is it, 170 life, something like that. No, it's like 190 life. It's crazy. So my life went from 2176 to 2404. How sick is that? My life regen is slow. Let's keep going. They do tend to get me with these ground effects. Alright, looks like I just essentially need to run this map again. Let's use the tier 14. Might as well. Oh, I need a ritual tablet. Well, I'll get it after this map. I need to run something. So this is an easy bullshit map. I'm just doing to kill time.
Come here!
The unvaccinated are actually healthier, and the vaccinated are the ones that are getting COVID and dying and getting heart problems. And over 100-something athletes that got the vaccine got heart problems after being perfectly healthy. I think it's unsafe, and actually more so villain-like to say it's so safe and call people that are anti-vaxxers skeptics when over 100 athletes that are perfectly healthy are injured.
Yeah, oh my god, an athlete that trains like a maniac, like a fucking Roman gladiator, 100 hours a week. Hey everyone, if you haven't heard yet, Terrence Howard recently went back on Joe Rogan's podcast, and this time he was joined by Eric Weinstein, who was brought on to discuss Terry's ideas. What resulted was 4 hours of comedy gold, so let's poke through for some highlights, shall we? Now, Eric and his brother Brett are famous for being charlatans as well, so much so that they each deserve an episode unto themselves, but that will have to wait for another day. Here, I'm just going to highlight some idiotic things that Terry says, and point out how Eric, for the most part, fails to explain precisely how idiotic they are in a way that the audience can understand. He does try to make it clear that most of what Terry says is wrong, it's simply that he remains unreasonably charitable because he places a higher premium on attracting credulous viewers to his own following than offering a firm voice of reason. That Joe decided on Eric to fact-check Terry is just another in a long string of disappointments, so I suppose we should stop being surprised at this point. But it really is sad that he couldn't ask some well-spoken mathematics or chemistry graduate student instead of continuing to platform these types. Such is life. Let's get into the chaos.
What out of the podcast that I did with Terrence stood out with you, or something that you wanted to?
Well, what I thought is, I have to be honest. I've been listening. I was not so happy with certain things that happened in the podcast, and then I started hearing the response to it. And I was much more infuriated by the response than anything I heard in the podcast, because I thought that a lot of people just use their position of greater formal education in some of these areas to be jerks and to be really dismissive and pretend that they couldn't understand things that you were saying.
This will set the tone for the conversation, that Eric is more offended by educated people correcting the insane gibberish that Terry spews than the actual insane gibberish that Terry spews. Tells you everything you need to know about who Eric is and his motivations for appearing on this program.
But they got upset that I'm talking about the foundational problems associated with mathematics that's held us back.
But I think if people really care about these ideas, though, what they should do is talk about the ideas. It's the personal attacks that are attached to the ideas by people that want to be taken seriously. It fucks the whole thing up. Because, like, either you're correct or you're incorrect. Tell me what you think is right.
And, of course, all of these clowns pretend that the people who have been debunking Terry are just shouting insults and nothing else, instead of specifically explaining how all of his ideas are objectively wrong using language a child could understand. This is textbook denial, and it's the only card they have. The well-deserved insults follow the debunking. They are not in place of it.
I want to offer to you, I want to be able to show you the things that I tried to show Neil deGrasse Tyson that he would not even really take a look at and to see.
But no, he did take a look at it, right? He responded in a long video recently.
Yeah, but his response was disingenuous.
No, his response was not disingenuous. It was the most genuine, flattering, and diplomatic response imaginable to the flaming pile of crazy you threw at him. Again, denial, the only card he has. But we will come back to Neil a bit later.
I don't think Neil actually understood some of your ideas, to be entirely honest.
No, and what he forgot is when I say 1 × 1 = 2, that's a metaphor for challenging the status quo.
Oh, it was just a metaphor, you guys. After having thousands of people mock him everywhere he goes for not understanding second-grade arithmetic, he's decided that he wasn't serious at all. He was just speaking metaphorically. But really, though, it seemed like the centerpiece of all his bullshit.
Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has all of its issues when you cube it or you multiply it by 2, which creates a contradiction. Despite the fact that the square root of 2 has a problem with the prime numbers, the fact that they call number 2 a prime number when it's clearly a composite number.
And of course, he immediately explains that it wasn't a metaphor at all, he just can't do basic math. No, Terry, 2 is a prime number because it's a number that is only divisible by 1 and itself. How would it be a composite number? What are its factors? 1 and itself? Yeah, that's the definition of a prime number. Off to a bad start.
True, it does belong as a prime, but it is also special. And in other words, I have the opportunity to strawman you if I want to, because what you just said sounded crazy.
What Terry said was objectively crazy, and Eric should be telling him that he's clueless. There is no straw man. Terry is pretending that 2 isn't a prime number, and it objectively is. Eric, at the very least, confirms that 2 is a prime number. There's nothing special about it, other than that it is a very small positive integer. It's not large enough to have factors other than 1 and itself. Same with 3. Only once we get to 4 do we have a number that's large enough to have a factor other than 1 in itself. It's not that hard to understand.
You know, if you say 1 times 1 equals 2, everybody knows that that's crazy. But what you actually may mean, and what the fact that you don't use certain terms, or the fact that you use certain pronunciations that communicate to me something very positive, which is that you taught yourself. You learned this stuff from reading about it, because nobody taught you, or you wouldn't pronounce certain words the way you pronounce them.
Eric is saying that 1 times 1 equals 2 is crazy. He is saying that Terry can't even pronounce the words he uses. So why are we having such a hard time admitting the bottom line here? That Terry is crazy and has no clue what he's talking about.
Marie von Franz, who argued about the problems associated with the identity principle. You got Kurt Gödel, who talked about it. You got Wells. All of them said it made everything incommensurable, just because they gave that identity principle to the number 1. And that has been the stumbling block for mathematicians, because it's what's held everybody behind, because they keep trying to make that work. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong if we do it that way. I mean, in other words, I can take... We can do one of two things.
Is anything that he's saying correct?
Terrence has several influences, which, again, I don't think it's clear to me.
This is why Eric does not belong here. I will give Joe credit for asking point blank whether anything Terry says is correct. He genuinely wants to know. The answer is no. He has no clue what he's talking about and just spews word salad that doesn't mean anything. Terry has no clue what Gödel did, or any other mathematician, or what any principle means. The person in Eric's position is supposed to say no. Nothing he says is correct. End of story. But he doesn't do that. He feigns charitability to gain fans.
I don't have an issue with multiplication either.
Well, then 1 times 1 is what?
1 times 1 should equal 2. And action times an action. If you can show me one place in the universe.
But you just shifted
frames. No. Show me one place in the universe, one natural observable phenomenon where 1 times 1 equals 1, where an action times an action doesn't have a reaction.
So then you just went into there's a concept called logomachy, which is arguing over words.
This is about as good as it gets here. Eric is pushing back on 1 times 1 equals 2, and he is accurately asserting that Terry is playing word games. But Terry needs to be aggressively shown how he is wrong, and it needs to happen in a way that everyone listening can easily follow. 1 times 1 means 1 group of 1. 3 bowls times 2 coins per bowl equals 6 coins. 2 bowls times 2 coins per bowl equals 4 coins. 2 bowls times 1 coin per bowl equals 2 coins. 1 bowl times 1 coin per bowl equals 1 coin. That's what 1 times 1 means. 1 group of 1, therefore 1. Terry already pretended he had been speaking metaphorically, but now he's going back to defending his inability to do basic arithmetic. It's beyond pathetic, and he should be publicly humiliated for insisting on this idiocy over and over again. Eric gives a lengthy monologue about how one such arithmetic contradiction would ruin all of math, but he doesn't assert that this is how we know Terry is wrong. Terry has no ability to even make a coherent comment.
Some forklift guy hits some strut, and the entire warehouse goes... That's what you're dealing with the principle of explosion.
And that's the problem with the identity principle that they've been trying to work on for years. For years, Norman J. Wildberger talks about it. It is because you have to cancel conservation of energy, and you have to cancel the action and reactionary laws.
This is a pattern. Terry knows he has no clue what he's talking about. So what does he do? He drops a name. Norman J. Wildberger. Who is that? What does he say? What did he do? No attempt to elaborate. It's just a name drop to pretend he's part of a grander discourse. He isn't. Then, of course, he deflects to concepts in physics like conservation of energy, which are not relevant whatsoever to the pure math he's trying to discuss. This is all he can do to deflect from his terrible math.
$1 times $1. That was a problem.
That's the Dewey
people...
Decimal System.
That's
the problem
Dewey
with
Decimal.
No, the problem comes up with the Dewey Decimal System, why $1 times $1 can be different values based on different currencies. That was the point of that. I was pointing out, hey, the Dewey Decimal System is
Terrence
whack.
makes a correct point that we say 1 times 1 equals 1, but if you say $1 times $1, it's not a sensible thing unless $1 squared is a unit that you can interpret.
The Dewey Decimal System, everybody. The method of classification used at the library. Terry is trying to discuss decimal points in arithmetic, and he calls it the Dewey Decimal System. What more evidence do you need that Terry just repeats random terminology he's heard with no clue what it means? Why is nobody mocking him for saying Dewey Decimal System? Eric skips right over that and correctly explains that $1 times $1 would be $1 squared, which is meaningless. So when Terry tries to use that as an example, he sounds like an idiot. But we never get the payoff, which should be Terry admitting that he doesn't understand basic math. Now on to the Flower of Life.
You know, people always say as above, so below, but what if you said as below, so above, and you imagine that there was a three-dimensional structure floating above this that actually projects down to this and distorts down to this. So that's the first idea. The first idea is it's not this, it's the thing that projected to this. And that's what you mean when you say opening the flower.
This is one reasonable steel man that Eric provides, since opening up the Flower of Life doesn't mean anything. But what Eric said does mean something. The idea that this shape could be something sort of like a two-dimensional shadow of a three-dimensional object or set of objects. Let's see if Terry is smart enough to accept this much better articulation of his insanity.
Because the flower of, when I was researching where the platonic solids came from, this is the oldest version that I got from all of antiquity. It came back to them.
Well, there are no platonic solids because you're in dimension 2, except for what you built, which is the thing above in black.
And of course, he fumbles it immediately, dragging us all back to his platonic solids, which Eric points out are certainly not present in this image, since those are three-dimensional objects.
But what they did years ago, 6,000 years ago, was draw straight lines where the circles overlapped. And I thought, in what I was reasoning with regard to all energy being expressed in motion, all motion being expressed in waves, all waves being curved, and that there were no straight lines in the universe. So I was like...
There's several errors in what you just said.
Terry begins to malfunction when he isn't allowed to spew his well-rehearsed script. It's right back to his word salad about energy and motion and waves. Eric doesn't like it, though.
If I stop there, we'll get off track again.
Yeah, but you should correct those errors while we're there.
Okay. It is not true that all energy is expressed in motion.
What energy is not expressed in motion?
Potential energy is not expressed in motion. If I have a weight on a spring, which is sort of the quintessential, people don't know this, but most of physics comes out of the system represented by a weight on a spring.
Mm-hmm.
Potential energy, the energy of position, not motion. I wonder, has anyone else brought that up? Whatever he could mean by that, he's wrong. For example, potential energy is the energy held by an object by virtue of its position in a field, like a gravitational or electromagnetic field. No motion, yet energy. Eric elaborates somewhat excessively, and then Terry desperately tries to come off like he has any ability to discuss basic physics.
Because all of the energy is in the potential of the spring.
It's in the stress of the crystallization that has occurred within that system.
And then you will say something like...
The moment but that energy is still being held together. There is still energy there, and it's still moving at a microscopic level. It's still spinning centrifugal.
He just says the word crystallization for no reason, and then tries to bring up other forms of kinetic energy that don't have anything to do with what Eric is talking about. If you compress a spring, it has potential energy, and it is not moving. That's the point. Eric should have just said that repeatedly if necessary. By talking at great length about esoteric concepts and terminology, it's too easy for the viewer to get lost and for Terry to then find places to hide within the jargon to pretend he knows what he's talking about. Compressed spring, no motion, potential energy, the end. Terry is wrong, and as happens repeatedly in this conversation, there is no resolution. Someone changes the subject 3 times in 10 seconds, and we are off to something else.
These two photons that were entangled, and it looks like a yin and a yang. Have you seen this?
People always want to talk about faster than light communications by taking an entangled pair and saying that if I do something in one place, I know what happens outside of my light cone. So we can give meaning to these things, and then you have to say, well, it doesn't allow you to create information transfer faster than the speed of light. You have to be very careful and precise about it. But if you just start getting jiggy, then you start thinking...
you introduce the ether.
Thanks, sir.
So the ether...
Yeah. This is most of the episode. Joe brings up something totally random. Eric kind of explains some aspect of it in a way that absolutely nobody listening will understand. Terry just says ether for absolutely no reason, and then Eric doesn't make fun of Terry for pretending he's not completely clueless. It's a circus sideshow.
And if you call that the ether, that's more or less what we work with. And then we do this weird thing where we say, well, they used to think the ether existed and it didn't. Ha ha ha. And that's not really...
No, because that's when they said that space was a vacuum, and they realized that space is
vacuum
not
ain't a vacuum.
It's not a vacuum.
Yeah.
It's not a vacuum.
Do you know how much is going on in that vacuum? It's all going on.
Yes, that all of this stuff.
I
and
understand.
So
this is the thing, which is if you step on this thing the wrong way, everybody laughs and says, ha ha ha, he doesn't understand the Michelson-Morley experiment. He doesn't understand why there's no ether. And then we secretly sneak it back in.
Yes, we should say, ha ha ha, Terry doesn't understand the Michelson-Morley experiment. He doesn't understand that the ether has been disproven. Eric talks about what's going on in the vacuum of space, presumably referencing the zero-point energy and quantum fluctuation, which has nothing to do with the obsolete concept of the luminiferous ether, and again pretends that it somehow pertains to Terry's inability to discuss science from 150 years ago. It's an immense disservice.
In analogy to off-access digital holography, where we coincidence imaging of the superposition of an unknown state with a reference state is used to perform quantum state tomography. What the fuck?
See, but that's because of the uncertainty and Schrodinger,
right.
All of that. But if you were able, because they started off trying to predict an electron cloud, and find a little particle inside of it and couldn't predict it, so all these uncertainties and probabilities came out, but they were doing things on a two-dimensional basis. That's what I believe that I've figured out with the wave conjugations, because they talk about they show the pieces of hyperbolic space to where you don't have to go through all these unnecessary steps to reach it.
I am just so happy that someone's doing something like this. I'm so happy that we can talk about it. I don't think most people have any understanding of what's going on at the highest levels of this kind of science.
There is only one way to contextualize all of this. People like to understand things. People also hate learning things. What you get is a bunch of people who want to understand the frontier of theoretical physics without ever having learned any physics whatsoever. So they listen to Joe Rogan read a section of an abstract, then they listen to Terry pretend to not only understand it, but to have actually innovated new physics that supersedes it, and then everybody pats themselves on the back for pretending to be interested in science. Joe is a shaman who conjures up an undeserved sense of intellectuality for the lazy common man, and frauds like Terry take advantage of it to gain a cult following. All you have to do is memorize a bunch of words and use them randomly. From his first sentence, he says uncertainty and then Schrodinger, when he's clearly pretending to know what the Heisenberg uncertainty principle states and who formulated it. He has no idea what any physicist has ever done. He has no clue what any of these principles say. He's just in love with reciting words that sound complicated to him. And someone like Eric has no business acting like a scholar when he doesn't shine a light on exactly what's going on here. If he can't get Terry to admit that 1 × 1 = 1, what is the point of going through all of this esoterica?
It's weird to think that this little studio, in a weird way, is one of the rivals of universities when we don't know what's going on at Harvard. As you have recently seen, we don't kick out plagiarists. We don't check what's going on at the National Institute of Health, and so it's very strange that this table is one of the last things that is trusted by many people, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, which is people have a chance to see people in conversation about things, and you screw up, but the conversation's recorded, and we all go on, and people have a chance to see what's coming out.
Yes, it is absolutely insane that people put more stock in what one delusional actor says than all of the mathematicians and scientists all over the world. That's where we are at as a society. It is complete epistemological breakdown. People would rather pretend that basic arithmetic is wrong than admit that they blindly follow charlatans. And shame on Eric for feeding into this cycle to amass his own following.
All of these things I went up to Oxford 8 years ago and tried to present them there to be examined. They didn't want to take me seriously.
Because you keep coming at it
Because
in
the
the way
one
that you're
times
doing.
one, when I said the one times one, but like I said, that was a metaphor to say
Terrence, nobody hears it that
something's
way.
wrong, something's wrong, but they know something's wrong with the math. It's not
Well,
adding
so
up.
you bring up renormalization theory a lot.
Right.
Renormalization theory is a way of saying we know that we're working with math that's wrong, and on the other hand, we have a way of working with math that's wrong, even though we know it's wrong.
Again, Terry uses this ridiculous metaphor excuse to pretend he isn't stupid. But there's nothing wrong with the math. He just doesn't want to learn math. But people are so obsessed with the idea that math could be wrong that they just believe him when he says math is wrong. Instead of showing Terry how wrong he is, Eric rhetorically corroborates this dumb lie, and Joe buys into it hook, line, and sinker.
So is there a potential future where human beings, through whatever means, develop a superior method of mathematics that doesn't have a problem with the number 2, that doesn't have all these issues that we're talking about?
Well, that's what I think I've done with my wave conjugations. It solves all of those problems. That's what I can't wait to talk about.
I can barely summon the words to express how maddening this is. Joe just reasserts this idiotic script that there's something wrong with the number 2 just because Terry needs this problem to exist to pretend that 1 times 1 equals 2, which he continues to double down on even after pretending he was speaking metaphorically. There are so many millions of people all over the world who could crap all over this idiotic fantasy, but the only guy there is Eric, who needs to placate this delusion. So let's hear Terry pretend that wave conjugations mean something.
What Terrence is going to start talking about as wave conjugations. And he has different ways that spheres run into each other. Then he says something very cryptic, where he says, if you drop a
pebble
in the center of a spherical lake, circularly symmetric lake, the wave will radiate out until it hits the wall, the shore, and then it will radiate back. And so he's talking about this, and he says wave conjugations, and wave conjugation didn't call up anything directly when I heard him say it.
They would call it a phase conjugation.
Well, or they would talk about, the conjugate wave coming back. If you do something like a garden hose that's affixed to the wall, it'll hit the wall and come back. So what Terrence is talking about is the idea, and you could do this, where we could drop, like, let's say 6 stones in precise places in water, and then, using super slow-mo, watch what happens as these waves in precisely placed places run into each other. Because really what physics is waves in collision.
And they're going to create a particular cymatics, which is going to show the harmonic points where...
The important part is where Eric basically says that wave conjugations doesn't mean anything. Terry says phase conjugation because he recently had a Google party and found a tangentially related term that he wants to pretend is what he means. Then Eric describes something that has nothing to do with Terry's pretty shapes, so Terry acts like he knows what's happening and piles some more crazy on top.
And that cube will have an octahedral cavity that looks like this. That's how I think you generated this.
I actually generated this by putting 8 of the pieces together. I took 8 of those triangular pieces together and I put them together. They basically became the basis of 2 tetraons.
Yeah.
Which this would be seen as a neutron. And the interesting thing about this piece right here is nature always makes things in pairs and they're always balanced. This doesn't exist. This exists only as a result of a pressure condition, a higher pressure condition.
Just more Terry Brand word salad. This is a neutron? How is that a neutron? Does he even know what a neutron is? Why doesn't Eric ask him what the hell he means when he says that's a neutron? Higher pressure condition? Pressure of what? He has no idea what pressure means. He's saying absolutely nothing, and nobody is doing anything about it.
The problem, Terrence, is that you have a desire to go immediately towards what this means, right? And before you get to what it means, people don't even know what it is.
True.
Right?
Eric knows that retaining a shred of credibility requires some modicum of pushback, and that's what this is. But it's just not enough. He has no interest in teaching Terry anything. He just wants to piggyback on his crazy to leech off of his cult-generating momentum.
Neil can't figure out, well, where did this come from? So what it is spheres of radius root 2 at the 8 vertices of a cube passing through each other but closing off an octahedral cavity with positively curved triangles inside.
That's what I needed you for.
Well,
that's just when I needed you most.
This moment encapsulates what these three men are here for. Terry is here to appear validated by someone who knows what they're talking about. Eric is here to capitalize on a meme to bolster his profile. And Joe is here for the clicks. That's all.
I think it's a foolish thing almost always to pretend there's nothing new under the sun. You should always consider it. He might not be correct, but there's only one way to find out.
Well, there's a difference between, you see, Terrence has much greater odds of contributing to the world of engineering than he does to the world of mathematics. I mean, the odds that he's doing something new in mathematics, I'll be blunt, are very, very small.
Even though I have patents on it that shows that all of this is
I
novel?
don't want to go there. The patents do not speak to what you think that they speak to.
That's okay.
Joe says it's foolish to think there's nothing new to be discovered, which of course nobody says. That's just a line people use when their objectively wrong bullshit is shown to be objectively wrong. People will continue to discover new things, and they will do so by first learning what we already know, something which takes many years and lots of hard work, and which people like Terry and Joe will never ever do. Eric says Terry will never contribute to math, and Terry brings up his patents. Surprisingly, Eric burns Terry by taking a dump on his patents. For the thousands of people on my first Terry video complaining about his patents, let's make it clear that he's totally full of crap. He doesn't have 97 patents. He has 11 design patents for children's toys and 3 patent applications, 2 of which are for jewelry. The third is the AR/VR patent he was bragging about in the other episode, and that is a rejected patent application. The official reason is abandoned, failure to respond to an office action given in 2013. And the year prior, he received a non-final rejection citing errors in diagrams and imprecise language, and too much similarity to an existing patent. The citations he referred to are just IP that are related by concept and keyword. VR was invented before Terry was born, and he's never invented or innovated anything. He's just a lying fraud who is now pretending that he has patents on math, a thing you can't do.
The reason that science works as well as it does is that up until very recently, there were clear rules, cultures. We agreed to leave certain things at the door, like our religious beliefs. We agreed to submit to certain sorts of things. We were decent to each other. And that system is in a process of collapsing.
Yes, it's collapsing because the general public thinks that anyone who actually studies and knows things is a corrupt government shill, while confidently clueless asshats like Terry are geniuses. It will be what destroys the human race.
Terrence is coming from a polymathic perspective. He's all over the map in terms of the quality of his thinking. As far as I understand, some of his stuff is really, really good. Some of his stuff is offensive. And it's everything in between. Now, I'm not gunning for you.
No, I don't take that offensively.
Okay.
I take it in the fact that you're here. But let's get back to what I was saying about having, if my pieces...
Of course, Eric was instead saying that Terry should be taken seriously, while in the same breath stating that some of what he says is so idiotic that it's offensive. Terry keeps the compliment and blows right past the insult by nervously steering the conversation the way he wants it to go.
But what it's showing you is where electricity is being pushed into the center, and you'll see these magnetic waves coming out. It's showing you the magnetic field. So these predict and create a natural dodecahedron, whereas these come together and create a natural icosahedron. That's not something that just happens by accident.
No, this isn't an accident. This is
I'll put it over.
what's going on, Terrence, for me.
Can you connect all these together in one big ball of fury?
Yes, they just keep getting, because it's supersymmetry.
Yeah.
They all fit
I want to
together.
see
That's
these
what
and
I'm
these
saying.
together.
It ain't supersymmetry, but it's freaking cool.
Right. I know what you're saying.
When Terry pretends that his shape has anything to do with a magnetic field, that's where a physicist is supposed to say, "What the hell are you talking about? Stop rambling, Terry. Magnetic field. How is this a magnetic field? Where is it? From what? How? What is a magnetic field? What causes them to exist? Do you know?" But Eric doesn't do that. He giggles to himself, knowing that Terry uses the word supersymmetric incorrectly, but that's not enough.
So he then starts to make noises about it. And he says things that I don't love, which are that those faces he associates with the electric field. And the vertices, which sometimes he calls vortices and sometimes, I'm not quite sure, he associates with the magnetic field. Yes. Now, I don't have a clue why he says the next thing, which is, and because the number of magnetic and the number of electric things are balanced, they cancel out, and therefore it's the weak force. And to me, it's just like super cool stuff, and then suddenly turns into horseshit.
Well, look at that. Maybe Eric has it in him after all. Electric field, magnetic field, vertices, vortices. It's all horseshit. Any thoughts, Terry?
But listen why. Here we have those two tetraons on the end. They both have equal poles, 4 electric poles and 4 magnetic poles, according to how I see it. Where magnetism is spinning off of the tips, the vortices, because it's no longer able to maintain that center space of spinning centripetally.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, what brought you to that conclusion?
A normal person in Terry's shoes would admit that they aren't saying anything, but Terry is not a normal person. This time, Joe doesn't want to let him off the hook as easily as he normally does, but it doesn't go anywhere. Terry just spews sentence after sentence of completely meaningless tripe that isn't even worth listening to, and he isn't held sufficiently accountable for it. Eric sometimes point-blank tells Terry he's wrong, but then he just talks about something esoteric instead of helping the viewer see how wrong he is. Here's an example.
It's actually the case that electromagnetism, the weak force and the strong force, are a different form of curvature, which might be called Erasmanian curvature or fiber bundle curvature, which is not necessarily Riemannian intrinsic curvature. This object encodes the curvature, encodes electromagnetism as the components of curvature. To your point about nothing is a straight line.
But this is where I have issues. You're talking about this is in Cartesian space. And in Cartesian space, curvature is not allowed. There's no curvature that's allowed in Cartesian space.
That's wrong.
Really?
Yeah. Because what you have, and by the way, this is a super subtle thing. We've only really known this for 50 years.
No, it's not a super subtle thing that we've only known for 50 years. No curvature allowed in Cartesian space? What about all the curves we learned about in middle school? The conic sections, parabolas, hyperbolas, circles, ellipses, spheres, all kinds of other three-dimensional shapes. I didn't play the whole clip of what Eric was explaining because it's long and irrelevant, but Terry had no idea what Eric was talking about, jumped in and said the word Cartesian to sound intelligent, and then said something insanely stupid. The correct response is, why the hell are you saying there is no curvature in Cartesian space, and why would you say something so insanely stupid? Eric says he's wrong, but he calls the distinction subtle because he's leaving room for Terry to wiggle away unscathed. He wants to ramble about something esoteric to sound intelligent when he should be explaining middle school level math for Terry, for Joe, for the listeners, because that's what they need to learn. They have no ability to understand the complicated things he's talking about. They need to learn the basics.
On a simple level, how would you describe electricity?
Well, I wouldn't know how to do it simply. Electricity is really electromagnetism is really about rock, paper, scissors.
No, Eric, you had Terry on his back knowing that he can't comment on anything you're saying, and he managed to ask a simple question requesting a simple answer. Instead of using some abstract analogy to seem thoughtful and accessible, just answer the question. Electricity is a flow of particles possessing electric charge. That's it. Electrons are negatively charged particles, and they flow along a metal wire to your outlets to provide electrical energy. Just teach basic physics. Don't ramble for several minutes about optical illusions. When you keep things unintelligible and abstract, Terry feels emboldened to do this too. And that's where he likes to hide so that people can't see how dumb he is.
Predict every harmonic node, every wave function. It will continue on. They overlap on each other to where any size, any crystalline configuration that somebody could hope for occurs. This is the supersymmetry that I'm talking about that defines the entire wave field. This is one part of, this is the crystalline electric wave field. That's not even,
Okay,
that's just one of the
How cool
crystalline.
is this?
Pretty cool.
The problem that you're in right now.
He doesn't know what a wave function is. He doesn't know what supersymmetry means. These shapes don't predict anything. He's not doing anything. He's not demonstrating anything. Is anyone going to demand that Terry actually demonstrate literally anything?
Is everything that you touch in this space made of spheres and platonic solids and whatever. You can spend your entire life, and I've seen people do it, staring into this and just finding cool thing after cool thing, thinking that you're seeing Jesus. I promise you.
He's being rightfully dismissive, but he's not actually holding Terry accountable for anything he's saying. There are moments where he talks down to him, but they're too few and far between, and they don't stick for the viewer.
But if light passing through these show the same cymatics that we look at when we're looking at natural occurrences of individual frequencies, doesn't that become its own secondary proof beyond the symmetry that of what it does?
Okay, you say geometry is a proof, and one of the things is you are at your weakest when you have an equal sign. No. You're strongest geometrically. You're at your weakest when you have an equal sign. You say the dumbest stuff about equalities, and you say the coolest stuff about geometries. And I wonder whether you mean something.
It's funny that they both criticized Neil's response to Terry when Eric is kind of doing the same thing as Neil. Telling Terry he's at his strongest with geometry is basically just saying that he made up some pretty shapes. That's what Neil said. Everything else is garbage, which is what Eric is more or less saying here too. But then we get back to the bad math.
Yep, hit 2, square root. It'll be over one more. I think that may be it. Yeah. Yep. Cube it. Hit x to the third. No. Go back. Yep. Hit 2. Square root. Cube it. Up. Right up there. Yep. Now divide by 2. Hit equal. Cube it again. X to the third. Divide by 2. That is a loop. Cube it again. Hit x to the third. That's an unnatural
Talk
equation.
To me about unnatural.
It's a loop. It's a tuck inside of the matrix. It does not allow for math to make sense because of the identity principle.
There is no loop. There is no tuck in the matrix. Terry is just a moron who doesn't understand basic math. Why is it so hard to accept that there could be a number for which cubing it and doubling it yields the same result? What would someone do if they wanted to figure out whether such a number exists? Well, we could do some basic algebra. Let's find the value x for which cubing it, x cubed, gives you the same result as doubling it, 2x. Well, let's set these expressions equal to each other and solve for x. X cubed is x times x times x. Now what do? Let's cancel an x from both sides. That leaves us with x times x, or x squared, equals 2. Take the square root of both sides, and we get root 2. x equals root 2. Root 2 is a number for which cubing and doubling gives the same result, 2 root 2. You can even prove this by looking at the graphs of these functions. Y equals x cubed gives this curve here, and y equals 2x is this line here. Where do these functions intersect? Root 2, negative root 2, and 0, since they both pass through the origin. There are 3 values for which cubing and doubling gives the same result. There is no loop. He's just performing basic arithmetic operations over and over again for absolutely no reason. You can double 2 to get 4 and then subtract 2 to get 2 and do that over and over again until the end of the universe. That's just you wasting your time. Now, I'm quite confident that every single person watching this video understood what I just explained and also learned this in middle school or by about 10th grade at the latest. This is what somebody should be showing Terry. How does Eric choose to address this baloney?
You're trying to say us something. What you're saying is wrong.
What I'm seeing, though.
No. What you're saying is fine. I agree that you have a transformation that I called T. You can put those 2 steps together, which is cube and divide by 2. That thing is going to be dead still till the end of time. That's your point. And then you pass judgment on it. And you say that is not logical and it's irrational. And I don't know what you mean.
He doesn't mean anything. He just can't do basic math. So please teach him the basic math. That's the reason you're there, isn't it?
That loop right there, that if
so, is your point that there's something special about the square root of 2?
I'm saying that the square root of 2 is a manufactured number because of the identity principle. If the identity principle was not involved, then they wouldn't have a problem with 1 times 1 equaling 2. Or
why are you offended by 1 times 1 equaling 2?
Just because action and reaction, the universe, it's the separation of math from science when math was supposed to define physical things. So when they have things that doesn't align, we can't make sense. The rest of the audience don't understand. They're like,
Terry is so transparently grasping at straws here, it's pathetic. He's a malfunctioning robot trying to stay on script. Action and reaction, all his usual nonsense, just because he can't accept that he doesn't understand basic math. It's tragic. And you can see how exasperated he gets when his script that has been impressing coked up losers at Hollywood parties falls flat in front of educated people.
Fear, what the hell?
No, I'm literally saying there is nothing in the universe that is at rest because everything is moving and communicating through vibration, and vibration requires oscillation, and oscillation requires motion.
This is his magnificent proof that 1 times 1 equals 2. Things vibrate. He's a deer in headlights at this point, but he just cannot accept a reality where he isn't a genius.
Science
Yeah.
took a wrong turn when it walked down the road of relativity.
Okay.
If in abandoning the ether. And now they've walked down this road and now they realize that it's a potential dead end, but instead of turning around and saying, okay, well, let's use the luminiferous ether that all of these equations were built off of. And here a young man that's outside of the world has come in and said, okay, I have the wave conjugations that make up and prove the etheric nature, the etheric substance.
He's completely manic. Einstein was a moron and I'm so much smarter. That's what he's saying. He can't do 2nd grade math, but he's smarter than Einstein. The hubris is unimaginable. Imagine what it's like in Terry's head. He has no idea what relativity is. Truly none. You could show him any page from a relativity textbook and he would just crap his pants. And yet, he is better than it. He simply has to be. Or what is reality? What is reality for Terry if he isn't the supreme chosen one? How can he be the Kwisatz Haderach? How can he be Neo? How can he be Jesus the Christ if he isn't smarter than Einstein? I'll give Eric some credit for using a harsher tone in this section, but it's just not enough to break through this egomaniacal defense system.
Is this something, so this is my community and how it thinks of everything in the world. All right?
Right.
Do you have a way of relating what you think about in terms of what my community has wrong? Does this mean anything to you?
If you remove gravity outside of the equation, you take gravity out because gravity is affected. Gravity is actually covered by that strong electrical force.
Terrence, 1 second. Without, this is not a gotcha, and it's
no,
not me.
I know. I'm not. I'm just saying.
Do you know how to read this?
As best as we're talking about, I as imaginary.
Yeah.
You know, d to the 4. I don't know what the d represents.
So that's the volume element saying that you're in 4-dimensional space and you're going to take an integral.
And y to a negative g, y to a negative gravity.
That's the determinant of the space-time metric with which you might have an issue. Okay? So in other words, you're normalizing, you're saying that if the rulers look one way or the rulers look another way according to Einstein, you have to put more weight or less weight on a region of space. Do you know what that R is? That's the foreplay, and then in the parentheses is where the stuff gets crazy.
Explain it.
That's enough of that. Terry has no idea what any of this means. He can't do middle school level physics, and he looks like a little kid for several minutes while Eric takes a pointless flex, complete with little interjections to pretend like he's following along.
Dirac, in that term psi bar d psi, is telling us the kinetics and the interaction through minimal coupling of the matter with the force that's in the line above. And then the last 3 terms are the fudge factor due to Peter Higgs, because when he found out in the late 50s,
It's the most pathetic thing I've ever seen, but does the audience get what they need out of this? Is it registering for them what a toddler Terry really is? I don't think so, because they're all zoning out right now, just like Joe, and it goes on for a very long time. But once Eric wraps it up, Terry desperately tries to steer it back his way.
Now, this is the difference between having, you know, they've been working on this for damn near 60, 70 years. But they don't have any physical models that represent any of these things. And if my physical models describe the electric force and the magnetic force and is able to account for all of the actions that takes place or the effects that we see, then it should be a better replacement instead of having to
Terrence,
go through...
you didn't do that.
I did do that. Let me show you.
All right.
Let me show you.
Okay, show.
Now it's time to show.
Okay, here we go.
He says they don't have any physical models because he's never looked inside a physics textbook, and then he goes back to pretending his dumb shapes do anything whatsoever, which they don't. Let's make sure everyone can see how pointless these shapes are.
Tetrian, as I say, begins the entire dance. It's I would call that would be Planck to me. That would be the proton. That would be the beginning of everything.
You map 4 different things to this. You say, 1, it's dark matter.
I said
because it's interstitial. Wait.
Okay.
You say 1, it's dark matter because it's interstitial. 2, you say it's hydrogen.
It becomes it takes.
3, you say, well, look, it's got 4 electric and 4 magnetic.
We don't even have to go beyond this. Terry just a moment ago said this was a proton. Now he's saying it's hydrogen. Eric says he has previously correlated this with dark matter. How to any of this? He is combining random shapes with random words, nothing more.
If we start with this as electricity, then we want to go to the very first phase from it. The first thing that happens to it is it decays. The first line of decay, and that first line of decay is literally just putting on 2 magnetic fields.
So the shape is electricity now? I thought it was hydrogen. It decays? How? And into what? What is a line of decay? And because of 2 magnetic fields, none of this means anything. Eric should be telling him that none of that means anything and refusing to move forward until Terry admits that none of it means anything.
Anytime you're urinating, a man is urinating, he sees this pattern where it's expanding and contracting. It's expanding, contracting,
Right.
that braiding behind the boat. This describes that motion from that. But then let's go to the next stage of decay. The next stage of decay would be 4 sides. Now what these are responsible for, boom, boom,
How you doing, Eric?
All right, Joe. You?
It's like a pee stream from a wiener, so it's revolutionary physics. This is right on par with the sun goes poo-poo. It makes me wonder about the kinds of fetishes he's hiding. And Terry is just playing the part of the disheveled scientist while Joe and Eric wonder what will happen next. It takes a while, but Eric finally steers it in a better direction.
If you want to say, I don't understand this, you get a positive reaction from us. If you say, I have something and I'm not quite sure what it is, can I get an evaluation because I think I might have something? You should be able to get something from a guy like me.
And that's what I did. I went to Oxford.
I know.
Didn't get that.
But I'm trying to say something.
Okay, okay.
Then you do this other thing, which is you teach. And your teaching is not good. You tell us stuff that's not true, that we can tell is not true. And then we say, okay, I can throw out the entirety of what he's saying.
What did I say that wasn't true, though? That's what I'm, I
well,
mean,
1 times 1 is not equal to 2. Let's start there. In fact, I'm angry at Joe because Joe should have pushed back on that. Joe is in awe.
The calculator says 1 times 1 doesn't equal 1.
Finally, a little criticism thrown Joe's way for platforming somebody who pretends 1 times 1 equals 2 and not pushing back on it whatsoever. Yes, Terry says things that are objectively wrong all the time. Let's see if we can keep up this momentum.
I didn't mean to. That's not what I meant to do. But in me saying 1 times 1 equals 2, like I said, that's a metaphor that there's something very wrong with the math because math should not be done.
There's nothing wrong with the math.
I'm saying the math that we are doing is still based on linear projections, even though we are in a multi-dimensional space.
Terry, make up your goddamn mind. Is it a metaphor or not? If it's a metaphor, then stop pretending that 1 times 1 should actually literally equal 2. Or just admit that you don't know what a metaphor is. Sadly, from here, it's just back to a bunch of esoteric concepts. Eric brings it back 20 minutes later to dunk on Terry a little bit.
And that process is the radiative process. That's the process I call magnetism that that tears apart, that rarefies that which was concentrically drawn together through electricity. That weak force is an equal force to electricity.
Terrence, let me ask you a question.
That's what I feel.
I'm taller than Joe.
Right.
Imagine I challenge Joe to a fight. What do you think happens next? I get my ass kicked.
Well, Joe knows some shit that you
Joe
don't know.
knows some serious shit. I have an advantage on in terms of weight. I have an advantage on him in terms of height. He's in great condition. The guy knows how to fight, and he's got a spinning back kick to die for, okay? What happens is I get my ass kicked. You do not know when you're going to get your ass kicked. And it's a big problem that you're going to keep courting because I watch you. You keep finding the space where we could come together, and you insist on teaching into it. And it's like, I'm trying to be nice as pie because I'm inspired by what you're trying to do. But you have no idea, like, when you're fucking with a guy with an Italian last name and a shiny suit with a funny collar that you don't recognize. You gotta stop.
Yeah, and I see the metaphor in it.
That got a little dark, but even Eric, who came here to scoop up some Terry fans, is starting to get a little tired of listening to Terry pretend he has any clue what he's talking about. But remember, while some of his ramblings are signature Terry bullshit, a lot of it is lifted from elsewhere.
Can I ask you, before we go on further, you feel that the theory of gravity is incorrect, and there's something else that accounts for all of the effects that we call gravity?
Yes, I feel.
And what do you think that is?
I feel that's electricity. I feel that gravity is the draft left behind.
Yes, again, Terry watched some Thunderbolts videos and got high on the electric universe pseudoscience, so he tries to present those lies as his own.
The opposite of those thermals, I believe that gravity is the opposite of those thermals in the electric force. It's the pulling down the same way the thermals push up.
What do you think about that?
I don't even want to touch it. Well, because I'm going to get into the same thing. I'm trying to say to you.
I know, and I'm just saying, and I could be wrong.
You could be wrong. You are wrong, Terry. You're so wrong that the word wrong does not sufficiently describe your wrongness. You are, as they say, fractally wrong. You are wrong at every conceivable level of resolution. You use words incorrectly. You combine those words with other concepts incorrectly, and the combinations themselves result in incorrect statements. Everything you say is immaculately wrong, and yet you confidently present your gibberish as though it is the solution to every problem in physics because you're a narcissist.
Deep inside the orange or any other piece of matter is nothing but a dancing, vibrating cosmic symphony of strings.
Okay, now, if you take what he just said, this is entirely respectable. This is a Columbia professor lecturing me for 40 fucking years about what they're going to do one day when they grow up. That everything is just a string, and just the way a violin can vibrate in different modes, all of the particles come from this excitation of the string. It's exactly how you sound with the linchpin. Now, string theory is not a terrible idea initially. It becomes a terrible idea when the string theorists suggest that nothing else has happened for 40 years, and they've sought to kill off every single person who has pointed out that there are other ideas and that they don't listen to their colleagues.
Oh, it's you.
And so, in part, you're going to incur an emotional penalty from me with the linchpin, which is a terrible thing because the linchpin is actually incredibly cool. So the same basic pattern, which is one thing explains it all, has a terrible kind of cadence.
Because I'm about to get you. I'm about to get you.
But my point is,
no, Terry, you're not about to get anyone. You're being shown that you're stupid right to your face. Eric is correct to point out that he's totally ridiculous for pretending to have solved anything with his dumb shape. He's also correct to point out that string theory hasn't really turned out to be the big solution to anything. But again, he is way too charitable in pretending that anything Terry says is anywhere near the level of string theory, a real theory which is totally coherent, based on valid mathematical structures, and is in general real science that just turned out to be somewhat of a dead end. Terry just vomits hot garbage, but Eric has his anti-academia agenda to attend to, so he tries to make Terry and theoretical physicists look stupid at the same time.
another thing that I see you taking a lot of guff for is the periodic table. Now, I don't like your periodic table, but you are also the only person I know who's pushing into the public consciousness the understanding.
Everything Terry says about chemistry is totally insane, so this doesn't sound like it's going to go well.
The ionization energies of the elements as represented here in a periodic table, and we are going to produce tones representing those energies. The way that this app works is each one of these elements in the table is actually a push button, and I can play tones with these push buttons. The settings in this control panel here will determine how those energies will be converted into tones that we can hear. First of all, we're just going to look at a few of the controls for now. See, we have transpose frequency. The frequencies corresponding to these ionization energies are extremely high, so we have to transpose them down to a range that
As you said.
So here we're going to transpose it down, in this case, 42 octaves, negative 42. So let's start with hydrogen. If I transpose it 43 octaves down, I get that tone. Or I can go 44 octaves down.
This is meaningless. Ionization energies are not sounds, just like light is not sound. You can take any set of numbers and magically transform them into frequencies of sound, and it is absolutely meaningless. You could do it for the annual GDP of every country, for the distance of every star in the galaxy from galactic center, for the number of banana cream pies sold at a particular bakery each month. It does not mean anything. Elements are not sounds.
See, I tried to do the same thing, and I called.
People treat you like you're nuts.
I called UCLA asking for the prime resonant frequency of the elements, and they wouldn't give them to me.
Terry is nuts, and nobody at UCLA would tell him the prime resonant frequency of the elements because that's not a thing. Do you notice how Eric is not explaining anything whatsoever about how these tones are being produced? What set of data is being interpreted? The ionization energy of hydrogen is 1,312 kilojoules per mole. How does that become the little ding you hear? And what could this value possibly have to do with any kind of frequency of anything? Ionization is not a cyclical process. You ionize hydrogen and then it's an ion. The end. Frequencies describe cyclical processes, quantifying a number of cycles per unit time. This is one instance where Terry and Eric are both saying different versions of absolutely nothing.
You say this thing about hydrogen 40.5.
Well, no, I
hertz.
wasn't saying.
Wait a second.
No,
Wait a second.
But I wasn't saying that hydrogen is 40.5. I was saying that the key of E is 40.5 hertz and doubles to 162. Those things.
Yeah, but you said it in a very authoritative way. And the
but
one
you-
and the
if-
40.5 is not 40.5 hertz. It's 40.5 megahertz, associated not with hydrogen but with mercury.
But you have to keep once you keep doubling that.
But wait a
you'll
second,
get
Terrence.
to the.
This is just ridiculous. Not only do these frequencies not correlate with anything whatsoever about any chemical elements, he doesn't even understand the difference between a note and a key in music. A single frequency defines a single note, and a single note does not define a key. This is the key of E major. This is the key of E minor. One note is not a key. Terry does not understand basic music theory, but again, the most important thing is that these numbers have nothing to do with any elements. Eric is failing miserably here.
Like hydrogen. And then you imagine carbon is an octave above, I think is what you said. Doubling the frequency. What is that thing below hydrogen? And you say, no, it's too dense to be perceived. Like, bullshit.
But there is ultra low frequencies, even though we cannot hear it.
Yes, but
there's ultra low frequencies, and that's what I'm saying. My
That's
problem
where your
with,
analogy broke down,
with
Terrence.
no, because hydrogen sits in the same exact position as carbon does when you're looking at it.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't come off at the same coloration. It doesn't have the same tone.
Terrence, you're talking about a periodic table from like 1926.
Tone, coloration, octaves, it's pure insanity. Elements are not frequencies, they're not sounds. Eric calls bullshit, but he doesn't explain why. Hydrogen has one proton in the nucleus. One. You can't have fewer than one proton in the nucleus of an atom, or you don't have an atom. That's the point. That's the answer. That's the explanation for why Terry is wrong that every 10th grader should understand. And he doesn't say it, because Eric has bigger fish to fry.
Pull up the Neil stuff on that I prepared on that page. Because I cannot believe how disingenuous this is. He calls you the worst insult in academics, which is there was a study called Dunning-Kruger
effect.
is both an effect that is studied and the ultimate insult. It's basically your mama.
Yes, Eric doesn't like how Neil politely told Terry he's a complete moron with no idea what he's talking about. But Eric has offered a similar sentiment throughout this conversation. So what gives?
This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, just so you don't feel bad about yourself, talking about me and my theories based on a question in an Ask Me Anything.
Have an order?
Will you be able to talk to Eric Weinstein about the new theory of geometric unity? This is from 2013. We are all wondering about that. Cosmos is not your normal talking head documentary. In fact, it's the feature of the original that enabled the series to live for an entire generation beyond the shelf life of hundreds of other science documentaries that came afterwards. So the answer is no.
Ah, it all makes sense now. Eric is butthurt that Neil mocked his ideas just like he did to Terry, because in the end, Eric's work is a giant turd too, just with much better turd polish. He is rejected from academia because his ideas are garbage, hence the anti-academia rants, which are responsible for his rise to popularity among the science-illiterate general public, and his acceptance by contrarian club leader Joe Rogan.
More or less, from what I can piece together, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, who started Pergamon Press, destroyed.
Jeffrey Epstein's Ghislaine
Correct.
Maxwell?
Yeah, correct. He figured out how to destroy science and make a fortune by blowing out the number of journals and forcing every university to subscribe to every journal that he could figure out how to publish, because to not subscribe to all of the journals required an admission that you had an incomplete library. So he diluted the quality of the editorship of the leading journals.
And we have reached the Jeffrey Epstein conspiracy portion of the show. For those of you who watched my video debunking Formscapes, you're familiar with this Robert Maxwell script, and it's idiotic. He was one guy at the top of one publishing house, and he did not have unlimited power in shaping the publishing world. Peer-reviewed primary scientific literature remains the only respectable way to share scientific findings, and we don't need to dwell on this pathetic anti-establishment script that is the central grift of any charlatan like Eric.
So what you're saying, though, can I just summarize this? What you're saying is that Neil deGrasse's understanding of peer review is flawed.
Sure.
And that it is not really available to someone like Terrence.
It really isn't. He knows that.
Of course it's not available to Terry. He's a science-illiterate moron who can't construct a coherent sentence. His rants are so stupid that they would get an F as a 6th grade science project. So how could they get published in a prestigious journal that is reserved for educated, hardworking people who do science for a living? But again, Eric has to pretend that this isn't why Terry can't get published. He has to project this image of the ivory tower and the elites that don't like the uppity black man who is making waves with his brilliant insights, because that's what serves his own grift. This is the precise reason that Eric should not be the one in this room right now.
Now you look at what Neil said about your stuff, and by the way, he's right about 1 times 1 equaling 1. You're wrong about that. That was your opener. You picked a terrible move. On the other hand, you heard what I said about the linchpin. It was a combination of bath water and baby. I do not have any economic or authoritative interest in taking anything that you've done and putting it under my own name. I am simply here to help you. And when we talked about the angle and all this stuff, I can tell you that that's a great idea. It may have been had by somebody else because I don't know, but I assume it comes from you.
Of course he didn't do it. He held a contest to get someone else to build his drone for him. And what was it that he wanted to do with them?
So I was trying to reach out to Elon Musk. I was trying to reach out to Jeff Bezos. I was trying, because my main goal was I was building these to clean up the upper atmosphere, all of that debris that's up there, and ultimately to mine the asteroid belt.
Yes, a drone that moves by propellers which push air is going to fly around in the vacuum of space and visit the asteroid belt. Great thinking, Terry, but it doesn't matter. Eric is building up to his big payoff.
In my field that I care about, for 40 years we've heard this unbelievable trope that only the string theory people are doing real work and everybody else isn't. And it's total hogwash. And there's no way we can get out from under these people. In the case of Anthony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya, I was just with Jay Bhattacharya in Italy. You'd invite Tony Fauci and Jay Bhattacharya.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. We could do any of that.
I bring garlic.
Yeah.
We could have Michio Kaku in
some
here.
crosses on the wall.
Let's have Michio Kaku and Brian Greene. Let's have a discussion about string theory. Let's fundamentally discuss neoclassical economics. Shall we discuss whether or not random mutation is the true engine of neo-Darwinism? Is that reasonable? Or do some of these crazy people who say, I don't know what it is, but random mutation isn't powerful enough to build proteins because stability is too difficult?
String theory, bad. Fauci, bad. Neo-Darwinism, bad. All the anti-establishment, electric universe, anti-vaxxer, creationist, sympathetic fanboys just climaxed in their pants. Everything from a real institution is wrong, and every contrarian is right. My debunks always mock this sentiment because it's the only thing these frauds ever say.
We've lost everything. And podcasts, as dippy and shitty and as variable in quality as they are,
yes, they vary in quality, and this is a bad one, for reasons I won't belabor for a third time.
The thing that pisses everybody off is the fact that I have the models behind what I'm talking about. When I talk about when we describe the electric field or the plasmic field, I've got models that define every aspect of that motion, and I'm waiting for it to be reviewed.
I will show you.
Yes, it pisses people off when you say that, because no, you do not have that. You do not have a model. You do not have anything that does anything like what you're saying, and you don't even know what any of those words mean. That's why people are annoyed by you, Terry.
But Terrence, you know what he's saying about not being an expert in teaching, and then coming from the outside, and that it's insulting. It's
insulting.
It's insulting. It's a bad way to approach a concept, because the people that have been studying these concepts for so long instantaneously are told that they don't know, but you know, and that's offensive to people that are actual experts in a thing. I think the same ideas could be portrayed in a way that does not do that.
I have to learn that nomenclature.
It's just you're so much smarter than most of the people you're talking to.
No, Terry is not smarter than almost anyone he meets on a day-to-day basis, but he thinks he is. That's the problem. Joe has it in him to admit that other people actually study and learn things, and Terry just says that he needs to learn the nomenclature, basically admitting that he doesn't even understand the words he throws together, but they all just move on pretending that Terry isn't stupid.
There's a creative spark and a spirit in you that I really see and appreciate. It comes from an older era, and we don't have people like you in the academy anymore. We used to have lots of these polymaths who would connect fields. And right now what we've got is a specialization epidemic.
There is no specialization epidemic. You have to specialize in order to contribute to the advancement of science, because we already know so much. There will never be another Da Vinci. That era is gone. Being a generalist is only useful for science communicators like me who want to explain as much basic information as possible, because we have to point out many different holes that people are digging into the body of potential knowledge. Generalism will no longer allow you to dig a deeper hole than what's been dug, because everybody is miles deep into the abyss already.
The funny part about it is that that's the midwit's endpoint, is that they see heterodox thinkers and they can't figure out how to place them. And so they just say, if I can find one error, I can reject everything.
Terry isn't a heterodox thinker. People aren't desperately searching for one error. Everything he says is an error. He is an error factory. Eric is bending over backwards to blame academia for unjustly rejecting Terry, because that's the boogeyman that Terry and Eric have in common when they preach.
And you keep triggering that, and that's
with
why
the
you are
one
where you
times
are.
one, but that's why I keep saying the 1 times 1 is more of a metaphor.
It's not a metaphor to us. It is life and death. You try to sneak 1 times 1 through airport security. It's like, it's just a Glock 19.
I understand that, but it was really to gain the attention.
They never do it.
To gain the attention.
Listen, you didn't know, and now you know.
Well,
anyone want to take any bets as to whether Terry will officially admit that 1 times 1 equals 1 from now on? Somehow I doubt it. But let's give Terry one more slap on the wrist.
To what was the name of the university? South Carolina University.
Yeah.
I was working with Apollo diamonds. We were growing diamonds. And I developed a way in which to grow diamonds larger than the 2-carat diamonds. I went over to South Carolina University and I talked to them about introducing the diamond process, into their university. They were going to give me an honorary degree.
Okay.
Now I'm thinking they're giving me an honorary degree in chemical engineering because of what I'm doing. And it's just an honorary degree in humanities that they gave me. And so I went on the show and I was like, yeah, well, I got an honorary degree from them. But that ended up coming across as if I got an honorary degree in chemical engineering, which I don't have an honorary degree in chemical engineering.
Assume you did. An honorary degree
is worthless.
It's like, would you take, if your child needed brain surgery, would you go to Dr. Dre?
No.
Okay.
This is just pathetic. Terry was given an honorary degree, which is worthless, but he presented it as an actual doctorate in chemical engineering. He knows he's being called out, so he offers this total fabrication about diamonds to act confused, as though one can get a doctorate without taking classes and doing real research at an institution. Then Eric mocks him, and again, rightfully so, but in doing so, we expose the hypocrisy in figures like both Terry and Eric, who pretend to rage against academia while simultaneously presenting themselves as experts based on academic laurels. In Terry's case, it's a lie. He never even went to college. He's as uneducated as they come. In Eric's case, it's true. He does have a doctorate from Harvard, but that's where this story breaks down. If academia is truly so corrupt and worthless, then so are the degrees they distribute. If the degrees mean something, then there is value in academia, and disparaging these institutions as corrupt and limiting is meaningless. You can't have it both ways.
QAnon can't be total bullshit because it's got some core in it that's right and some craziness. If you think about Dianetics, Scientology, the first thing that they teach you about is the reactive mind. That's not a terrible theory. And then before you know it, it's Xenu and volcanoes, right? So what's going on is that people are not aware of how kayfabe works, right? Wrestling is one of the most dangerous, demanding sports of a certain kind. Now, it happens to be theatrical and pre-programmed. But if you've ever dealt with anybody, like the wrestling community suffers a death rate unlike any other sport in the world. What you have to understand is that kayfabe, and I highly recommend you look at my essay from 2011, is about what happens when fantasy and reality intermingle. And that's what you did on the last time that you were here. And I can talk to you about the fantasy, I can talk to you about the fraud and the lies, but I'm also going to talk to you about the contributions, the genius, and the insight. And what I want the world to learn is you're getting sucked into mass delusions that you're not properly imagining. There's almost always a core of truth and reality that the mainstream won't acknowledge. And then there's almost always a bullshit payload that gets leavened in because in some sense the mainstream is our official cult. And then all of the rest of us produce these other cults. And in my situation, I've gone 40 years and I haven't had a really deep conversation about GU, geometric unity, with my own community. Where you are is that you're in a world in which the number of people who are both competent and honest and ethical enough to have the conversation with you is dwindling to fewer than 10.
This is the summation of Eric's entire identity. He is positioning himself to appear above Terry, which he is, while simultaneously manufacturing some kernel of truth in Terry's ramblings that isn't there, in order to pretend he is unjustly mocked by academia. This serves only to bolster his own narrative of being overlooked by academia, because his theory of everything is a pile of crap, just like Terry's insane ramblings. He simply is able to package it in a more appealing way because he understands math, and Terry doesn't. And all of this is happening on Joe's show because his show has become self-aggrandizing intellectual pornography for people who like to pretend they understand complex topics, but don't. In the end, despite Eric's motives, perhaps the world is slightly better for him having outright stated numerous times that Terry has no idea what he's talking about. And yet somehow, from what I've been able to gather, Terry fans seem to feel vindicated by this episode. The fact that anyone, Terry or his fans, can walk away from this conversation without having learned anything is a gigantic missed opportunity. One thing we know for sure is that he certainly won't be shutting up anytime soon. So there you have it, my assessment of the mixed bag that was Eric and Terry on Joe Rogan. No matter what the configuration of guests, this show never really seems to reach any logical resolution, but maybe we will get there one day. Until next time. Hey everyone, I've been getting a lot of requests lately as to who to debunk next, and several dozen of you have asked me to address the complete insanity that was Terrence Howard's recent appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast. While I normally avoid lunatics of this caliber, I felt this one was worth addressing for a few reasons, so let's take a closer look. If you don't know who Terrence Howard is, he's an actor. I'll be honest, I've never seen him act in anything. He was in a really popular TV show that I didn't watch, and I've never seen any of his movies. He might be a great actor, he might suck. I don't know, and I don't care. What's more important is his extracurricular activities as a delusional narcissist who thinks he's the smartest person in human history. I don't know exactly when he started showing the world his God complex, but it was way before the Rogan appearance, so let's go back just a bit. Here he is making a total fool of himself on the red carpet at the Emmys in 2019.
I've made some discoveries in my own personal life with the science that, Pythagoras was searching for. I was able to open up the flower of life properly and find the real wave conjugations that we've been looking for 10,000 years. Why would I continue, walking on water for tips when I've got an entire generation to teach a whole new world?
That's a big remark.
Okay, let's break this down. The science that Pythagoras was searching for. Pythagoras was a philosopher and mathematician. The only things he did that could be considered part of the embryonic stages of science were ideas like the harmony of the spheres, where the planets moved according to the frequencies of musical notes, which of course was just baseless conjecture and whimsy, coincidentally Terry's two favorite things. He says he was able to open up the flower of life properly. That's this. The idea of opening this up doesn't mean anything. It's just 19 overlapping circles. If you pull them apart, you get 19 circles. Yes, it's nice and pretty looking. Shapes are neat. Real wave conjugations, meaningless. Conjugation is something you do to a verb in an inflected language according to tense, number, and person. Here's a conjugated Italian verb. In biology, the word is used to describe horizontal transfer of genetic material between bacteria. You can't conjugate a ham sandwich, and you can't conjugate a wave. 10,000 years is a random number that goes farther back than all of recorded history. He tosses out walking on water to foreshadow his blatant messiah complex, and he has absolutely nothing to teach even a small child, let alone an entire generation. That's a big remark, says the interviewer, clearly pretty desperate to get out of this ridiculous conversation without directly insulting him.
What do you intend to do?
Well, let me put it this way.
Good news. What's new?